Oh, hello. Welcome to the FIDE Candidates Tournament, Women's Candidates Tournament. Well, these are the difficulties of the live broadcast.
Yeah,
Yes, Igor.
we were doing the beauty contest.
Yes, we never know what we look like.
So Almira like this, me like which size is better.
So we
none is.
We will. I think that Igor knows what is his best, profile for the selfie.
Yeah, it was at your place. So first day when she says maybe you sit down here, I just okay.
But well, anyway, here we are commentating one of the strongest and the most prestigious event of the year, the Women's Candidates Tournament. The winner of this event will challenge the world champion Ju in June. And this year, the qualifying system is a little bit different, so we wanted to remind it to you in a second. Before the round starts, or maybe we'll get a view of the playing hall. I don't know. For the moment, well, Houston, we have a problem. Yes, I think. So
no, I wanted to show this small board. It's Asterix board. So every day, Jean-Michel Rapper puts out a new item that we have to guess. And here I see Asterix, Obelix. I like very much such things.
So, Igor-Alexandre Nataf, who is not on the Grandmaster, yes, but sometimes when he doesn't play video games, of course.
That's why I show this.
So, but let's focus on the games, and especially
that it didn't start yet.
Well, that it didn't start yet, but how high are the stakes today?
Yeah. Okay.
Anna Muzychuk and her sister Maria Muzychuk are playing with white pieces. Anna Muzychuk is playing against Hampi Konero. Maria Muzychuk is playing against Lei Tingji, and they need to win. So today they need to fight tooth and nails. And now on your screen you have the images from the playing hall. The first moves on the board are going to be made by Jean-Michel Rapper, the president of the Monaco Chess Federation, and also Svetlana Berezovska, one of the main coaches. So here we are. Let's see what is going to be the first move on the board.
Yeah, today is very important because they have no other choice than to win if they want to catch them back. So Muzister sisters are in a must-win situation, both. Maria missed a huge opportunity yesterday. Okay, it's like this. So they are facing two opponents that play a Petrov.
Well, we will see if it will happen on the board, of course.
I said 2 days ago that the strategy should be not to play a very long theoretical battle.
Lines, yes.
Because they will end up in position with almost no pieces, where they will have a symbolic advantage and they will not convert. So it's exactly what happened in round 2 between Maria Muzychuk and Lei Tingji. So she should avoid repeating this.
And knight f6 is already on the board, so it's going to be the Petrov. So let's have a look at the format, and we will explain to you everything for those who are joining us only today. Sometimes it's your only free day, Saturday or Sunday, so let's have a look at the format.
Anna Muzychuk is repeating. Okay.
So this time it's a knockout tournament. If you remember last women candidates, it was a double round robin. Yes. It was a very long and grueling tournament which was won by Alexandra Gerechkina. This time you have...
I liked actually the format. It's like with men, in fact.
Yeah, well, the situation was a bit different, so we had to change the format. So the quarterfinals and the semifinals are played in the 4-game matches. And then the finals, so between the winner of the Group A and the Group B, is going to be played in a 6-game match. So the time control is 90 minutes for the 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for the rest of the game, with an increment of 30 seconds per move, starting from the move 1. The prize fund for the whole event is the whopping 250,000 euros. And as you can see, Pool B is going to be staged in Uzbekistan and will start a little bit later this year. And in Monaco we have Pool A. So let's have a look at the players.
Okay, so moves are played already. I can see that Anna Muzychuk is repeating her game from round 2, but she had a very good position. But I don't know if she shouldn't maybe
Okay, so now you have the players, yes, of the events. Here in Monaco, Hampi Konero is playing against Anna Muzichuk, and Lei Tinji is facing her sister Maria Muzichuk. Maria Muzichuk is a former world champion, and Hampi Konero and Anna Muzichuk both had a shot at the title, so only Lei Tinji is sort of an inexperienced player in such top event. And in Khiva, Alexandra Goryachkina will face Alexandra Kostyanyuk, and Katerina Lagno will play against Tan Zhongyi. So as you can see, the winners of both the quarterfinals and semifinals, they will face each other, and then they will reach the final stage. And let's have a look at the score, of course, of the Pool A. You will understand how important is it, of course, for Anna Muzichuk and Maria Muzichuk to win today in order to force the tie breaks. So Hampi Konero won her first game against Anna Muzichuk, and then both games were drawn. The same happened in the match between Lei Tinji and Maria Muzichuk, but those were very different draws once again, and yesterday Maria missed a very good chance to equalize.
We should go to the game, no?
Yes, now we can, of course, go to the opening. And well, this is going to be, once again, a theoretical battle.
Yeah, they repeated exactly the same openings, both of them, than round two. I think it's not a good strategy, but okay. I hope I am wrong.
Or maybe they
No, what I don't like at all is that you suppress the surprise effect. Magnus Carlsen would never do this, I think. For instance.
But maybe they noticed that in a very particular line, we call it a hole, you know, so maybe they target something very particular.
Almira, nowadays chess, surprise effect is extremely important. And they are not using it anymore. I think it's a bad strategy.
Okay, let's...
This is my opinion.
Which game?
I hope I will be wrong. I won't like to say, look, I was right. This it's not my goal. Okay, she changed the move, yeah, she played rook e1, but anyway, it's theoretical, this is what I mean. It's too theoretical, so she knows probably 20 moves from here.
So which game should we analyze first, between
okay,
Maria
I will also have a small look at Humpi. They repeated exactly the same, I mean. Look. This is the game Anna Muzichuk against Hampi Konero. Okay.
So, Igor, I had a very important piece of information for you because, of course, I studied the games of all of the players. We will put the board on the screen in a second. But what surprised me the most, do you remember how you called Lei Tinji like a street fighter? And then first of all, we were talking about her incredible result in the Grand Swiss. She won the tournament 1 round to spare. But do you know that she didn't play any single rated game since this event?
No, I don't
so
know.
This is her first
Yeah, but
event
you don't know how they are
since
organized in China. Maybe they have local tournaments that nobody knows, and I don't know, you know.
No, but it's not.
She has a training program,
of course.
for sure.
She has a training program, but once...
And it's not only looking games at computers, for sure. It's also practice. And you remember at the Soviet times they were playing training games. Why they should not do the same?
Well, I was training like this. Of course, we had sparring partners, but one thing is a training session. Another thing is to play under the pressure, even have the
same.
skill.
I mean, you just put some prices on for the training sessions. I mean, you take the sponsor, you say, okay, to make the same like in real life, you should put us some prices, and you will see it's exactly the same pressure.
That's why you don't play, yes?
Because I don't feel pressure enough. No? I like to play.
Okay, so we have a board, of course, right now on your screens. And
So they repeat the same, exactly the same, huh? I mean, they played this d-take e5, which was a good surprise for game 2, but I am not sure to repeat is a good strategy. Personally, I would have changed, but... because the match is too short. It's not like if it's... of course, if it's like Carlsen 12 games match, you can repeat. But 4 games match, it's too short, especially when... the match is not even. I mean, you are behind, so you have to score back. So without a surprise, it's difficult because you are playing against their preparation, which is not a good idea, I think. I don't say the line is bad or whatever. I mean, I put those chess variations and concrete variations outside the thing. I mean, just psychologically, I think the approach, she should have surprise somewhere, which will not be the case.
Of course, Hampi Conero, well, when she played and analyzed this position, she played it in the second game. So
you put a queen on d7, then you will look all the plans with the queen on d7. You will look if you have time, because this knight f1, knight g3, it's typical from Spanish or Indo structure. So of course, you are looking quite seriously what damage can make the knights and all those pieces all together. I mean, because they are a bit directed against the king. We saw in game 2 that she played c3, bishop d3 back, you know. You are looking the structure. At least me, if I look those positions at top level, when I was looking those things, I was looking the general structure. I mean, not only the computer moves and how pieces are working all together. So, okay. I don't remember what's the difference with the game 2. We should maybe look at game 2.
No, they're still following, but...
the same, and also she doesn't play g6, she lets knight f5, and exactly the same.
Actually, we were following at the beginning.
It's very dangerous to repeat. Okay, but at least this one is complicated a bit.
What I wanted to say, Igor, that we were following at the beginning during the game 2, the game between Young Krzysztof Duda and Jan Nepomniachtchi, which was played during the candidates. But the thing is, I agree with you, well, maybe Anna had to surprise her opponent. But on the other hand, let's say, even if you analyze this position for a while, there are still very few games which were played. So you need to feel it.
And the position is quite complex.
Yes.
This is what I like. In the other one, I am more skeptical. In this one, it will be extremely long theoretical variation. And she's surprised with rook e1, but she's surprised with theory. This is not a real surprise. I mean, there are probably hundreds of games from these positions, and you can believe that for such an event with her team, she looked exhaustively most of it. So at least she knows 10 more moves from this position, and
whether the other position, still leaves you with a very important tree of options. So it's not yet defined, like, what is the best plan? Like, it was not played even on a high level. So
look, Lei Tingye is playing everything at tempo. I mean, she knows those positions. Even me, I know. I saw it last week. Imagine, if me, I know without reviewing, imagine them.
Well, for a small story, I met and I spoke a little bit with Maria Muzichuk after her game yesterday, so I wanted to know, like, how she feels. She, of course, she was told that she missed the night before, but she was feeling okay. She said, okay, it was the only move, but it was a nice game. So she was rather confident.
Yeah, probably she saw that there are holes in the play of her opponent. So this is already a good sign. I mean, it means that she can break. Okay, it's a good sign. It's like I remember when there was the match Radjabov-Kramnik from 2011. It's another story. Huh? Kramnik, there were no holes. It was not the same. And you knew the openings. Huh? It was Berlin and Queen's Gambit. For both, actually. It was nice.
So let me have a look if it was already played, of course, in LA. If I can find those games in LA repertoire, just in case, if they were targeted.
No, I think they prepared, personally, I think they prepared this bishop d6 for the event, because it's popular since the match Carlsen against Nepo. I mean, so it's just recently. 1-2 years maximum. I mean, it was popular much before, but now it's a renewal since the match. You see, in general, the World Championship match brings back new openings in fashion.
Well, an interesting piece of information that I found in my database
They
that
already played it.
they already played this line. It was, well, let's say it was a World Rapid Women's
Yes,
Championship.
it was knight c3 like first game. Yeah?
So yes, c4, c6, and then a knight c3. That's why actually Maria deviates today.
But she also played knight c3 in game 2.
Yes, but
I mean,
so
she-
that's why she deviated today.
I mean, what says Almira is that instead of this move, in game 2 they played knight c3. Yeah? And also they played knight c3 3 years ago, in some rapid world championship, which ended in a win for Lei Tingyue actually. So okay, so now she starts to deviate the first, but this move, okay, it's evilly analyzed, I have to say. I played it against Joe Bava, and I don't remember what he played, some h6 somewhere.
So they are still following the game until Queen d7, which Lei Tingyue also played with black, and after
So
Queen.
there is a game, what Almira wants to say, there is a game in the base, so of course Maria has access to the information, between Nishikun, some player, Chinese player, rated 2389, against Lei Tingyue, and after Queen b3, she played Queen d7.
The same as in the game.
But now knight c3 was played here. And I think that after knight c3, there are moves like, it's probably not here, because there are sometimes there were knight d2 or knight c5. But okay, knight c3 was the main move, and she played queen c2 novelty, right?
Yes.
So queen c2 is the novelty. But she answered very fast. Knight a6, a3. Look if there are no games by transposition.
Yes, I will have a look.
Queen c2.
So, Queen c2, if they could start with knight a6
And a3.
a3.
Okay, e8.
Okay. It's already on the board, of course.
So she analyzed this, of course. Okay, I remember this maneuver, queen b3, queen c2, but maybe it was from some other lines. But it all looks like similar, so.
But okay, what is the idea of the maneuver? Why are we playing Queen b3?
Because you don't want to allow knight d7, maybe.
Knight d7, knight f6, yes.
You think that the knight on a6 will have more difficulties to come back?
Because it's important to explain those mysterious maneuvers. You play Queen b3, then Queen
probably,
c2.
yeah, with Queen b3, you are forcing Queen d7 because, in fact, the pawn is defended artificially. I mean, it's defended due to those bishop take h2 check things. You know, if you take twice, take. Let's say after Queen d7, you cannot take on d5 due to this discover check, which wins the queen. So due to this, the pawn remains defended, but she forced Queen d7. So Queen d7 took the natural square away from the knight b8, who has another square, but it's a bit less enthusiastic.
But let's have a look at another interesting one, because after Queen b3, Queen d7 is not forced at all. For example,
Yeah,
if
but
I play Queen a6.
it's the new fashion. I mean,
Yes.
I remember I checked last week or 2 weeks ago, and I see that they all start to play like this. This is the new fashion.
But let's show, because I think that you cannot take the pawn on b7. Because without Queen d7, if you play knight a6 here, I don't think that you can take the pawn on b7.
You will play a3 the same. You get your goal anyway, to move, to provoke the knight on not the desired square. I mean, you will play a3, I think, yeah? Or you take
Or
on d5.
take on
I don't know.
d5,
But
maybe.
a3 looks normal. a3, knight c5, be careful. There is this trick. So after knight a6, I don't have a3. a3 is good positionally, but tactically there is a big hole.
So
Knight
even
c5.
if you try to play c5, then you can take knight c5, you see?
Yeah, the same. I mean,
It's a very
if you-
nice trick.
You cannot play also c5 due to knight takes c5. Okay, so after knight a6,
You should take on d5.
you should take on d5 first. Now what she will do? She will play back, she take d5. And now you still cannot run knight a3 due to knight c5 again. So now you have to play again knight c3. Now what? With knight b4, I suppose.
I think
You attack you hit the bishop.
we can play knight b4, bishop b6. Of
What's the
course.
theory after knight b4?
Knight b4, they play bishop b4. It's
Yeah, and
interestingly,
after d8,
it's a very interesting
bishop
conception.
g5, yes?
Mhm.
Something like this.
So Richard Rapport took on e4 and played bishop g5.
Yeah, because the point is that if we take on e4, it's very often in this Petrov that we give the pawn and we block d5 square. Now it's bishop e6, you move the queen. Well, you cannot move wherever you want because there is rook c8 coming, c2 is a problem due to here. So where is it? It's queen a4 and now some b5 or things like this.
Mhm.
Can be a bit unpleasant. I mean, if you go on d1, you have a lot of activity. I mean, rook c8.
This is actually a
the
perfect
bishop.
position to illustrate how dynamic black's play can get if you sacrifice, if you take this pawn.
Yeah, because here white has a clear pawn up. It's in the center, but it's completely blocked. And you have problems with dynamism. It means that your pieces are still stuck. So, okay, you can take the bishop pair, let's say.
Mhm.
But now it will be a lot of pressure, and this pawn can also have problems after, let's say, rook d8, bishop g4.
Knight
And
c2.
at the moment, I have a problem with knight c2 to cope with. What do? I mean, if I start rook e2, bishop g4 will come. Here, actually, black is better, because you cannot deal with knight c2 as you wish. And sometimes I can take on a2 as well. You see, this is very common in the Petrov. You give this pawn by letting it take on e4. He gives his bishop in general to take the pawn. And then with your bishop, light square bishop, you are seeking for long-term compensations.
Actually, I'm glad that we had a look at this variation, even though it didn't happen in the game, because it has so many ideas which are, like say, which fit this opening so well, so which are very natural for this opening. So.
Yeah, but what I mean is that after here, I think she cannot take on e4. I mean, she has to play something else because it's too drawish. It's what I told you before the match. I mean, you cannot enter such position, even with the pawn up, and it's too drawish. I mean, here probably there are moves like bishop b1. You should keep pieces, I think.
No, there are moves like this. Of course, there are a few
Now
possibilities.
she goes there, I guess. a3 or what? Knight c6.
This is also a very typical maneuver. Sometimes you play knight e6, knight b4, knight c6.
In fact, yes, the knight on a6 looked bad some moves ago, but knight on a6, due to the tricks with knight c5, it forced white to take on d5. So once white took on d5 and c-take, it gives this square for the knight, but this square you cannot reach immediately, so you have to use tactical means by knight b4, what we just saw. I mean, knight c3, knight b4, let's say bishop b1. And now this bishop e6, which prevents from taking here, a3, knight c6. And again, you don't have take, and d5, because anyway, I can take on d5 when I wish, and bishop h2 check, and also there are problems with e take f3, so after knight c6, okay, we have a normal position, but the knight is not anymore on a6, it's on c6. I guess that queen take b7 is far too dangerous due to knight a5. The queen may have big problems to come back. I mean,
You know what I think,
knight
Igor,
a5.
about the variation which happened during the game? I was thinking, so maybe
This.
the team of Leitinji was looking at so many lines, so Maria has chosen maybe not even the fourth proposal by the computer, and she wanted to go for a position that she knows very well, with like a slight advantage. Because it seems so strange to play queen b3, queen c2 there.
No, it's very concrete. You do it with computers, with grandmasters nearby. I mean, just example here, maybe after this, let's say all of this is forced in case of knight a6. I can maybe, sorry, I don't take here, maybe I can take on b7, maybe you don't have compensation, but it's concrete chess. You have to check at home, you have to be sure your queen is not trapped, And for instance, if I go knight a5, I will simply go away. Queen a6. Knight b3, I suppose, is not the end of the world. Huh? You go rook a2 or something, or knight a. Where do you go here? You take and take there, yeah? And if he takes on a1, you take on a8, and she cannot recapture because d6 is hanging. But you see, such things you don't do over the board, especially not against the prepared opponents. You have to be prepared.
No, of course. That's why she didn't like go for this line. But I meant for the line which happened on the board. Let's have a look because I can see that
some moves
Maria
played.
is
So she played queen d7, but knight a6 had to be known. Anyway.
Of course. So queen c2,
so now queen c2. Now she understands that she will play knight a6. I mean, what else? Knight a6 is very obvious. I mean, maybe you can play, you have another option in such lines, it's to play bishop g6 to make the room for f5. This is also something. And maybe it's not so bad. I mean, the point is that if you play knight c3...
Now your bishop is protected, of course.
I will win one tempo always with knight a6, threatening knight b4. You have to play a3, let's say. Now I cannot play... probably f5.
Well, actually, you know, your move anticipates my question because when I was looking at the position on the board, Igor, just let's get back to rook e8 before the move of Maria. Now the bishop on f5 is not protected, so could she try knight c3 here?
Yeah, but...
and how do you react? Now you want to take the pawn.
Don't worry, it's analyzed.
But okay, just
let's do it.
It's our job also, yes. If knight c3, then what?
What Almira says is that exactly here, as long as the bishop stays here and is not on g6, you cannot play this due to this, which is winning on the spot. So probably here, I already saw some moves like bishop g4.
So this is the reaction to knight c3, okay.
Tactical reaction. No, it looks like you can just take and take.
But then
probably.
Bishop f3 probably.
Well, then you take there, and it's a banu because you cannot take there due to the mate. Or take rook mate. And if you take with the pawn,
queen h3.
You have f5, or queen h3.
No, queen h3 I think should be winning immediately.
f5. Maybe.
Why queen h3? Ah, you have a 4 here, of course.
And after f5, what? Rook e3, no, rook e3 or what?
I don't know.
Rook e3.
Ah, there is a very interesting defense. So, okay, you were right. f5 wins the piece immediately, of course.
It's not working by one detail. Huh?
Well, when I'm looking at h2, I'm playing queen h3,
f5,
but f5 wins, of course, the piece.
At queen h3 is very close to work as well. So you see, there are tactics like this. And in all those lines of Petrov, it's always you are relying on small moves like this. Tactical moves, you know, or sometimes positional concept like we saw earlier where you give a pawn for very simple endgames where you are pressing and you will, a bit like any gambit, you will try to win it back much later.
And then after c takes d5, c takes d5, knight c3, does it change?
Okay, so now...
anything. Let's say she
took there,
and played knight c3 here.
Now, at least you don't have those tempi that we saw earlier with knight b4, knight c6. At least she managed to isolate the knight here. Of course, it can come back on c7 now.
No, but I mean, does bishop g4 work here? If that was the tactical reason behind, yes, or it doesn't work after c takes d5, c takes d5. So maybe here you have another movement.
Now you have, first of all, you have to check what's going on after this with the fork. I mean, with the skewer. It's not clear because you also can take there at the end. And things like this, in general, at the board, you don't like too much. No, here there is another option, is this. It's always an option. What's the idea of knight e5? It's that you are freeing the f3 pawn. So let's say they take, you take, and now if they start to take, you can probably play f3, right? It's very important also that there is no
No queen
queen
b6
check.
check.
Yeah, but there would be bishop e3. But d4, it will be a mess. I mean, but here it's you are losing material, it seems.
Yes, also it's very important that you took with the dark square bishop on e5. So you're not only winning a piece, but in every variation you're missing this dark square bishop.
For the attack,
For the
it's
attack,
is
yes.
the main piece.
Yes, so
Yeah, while if you was playing here, we said knight c3, bishop g4. What does it change if you do this now? Because we have to compare. Now you take.
maybe you don't have to take, you can play
Now
knight
you-
c5, you
and
bring
play
your
knight
knight.
c5. And now I cannot escape by bishop b5. That's the difference.
Okay,
That's
okay,
the
now we
difference.
know everything.
Now we are closed by
Yes.
him. So, but in the game, by starting this way, you are preventing this defense of bishop g4. Because now you are playing knight e5, and when they take, they cannot play knight c5 here
Bishop b5.
because you have bishop b5. This is why it was important to take and make the space for the bishop. Okay.
This is a very important point. So you
Yeah,
see
because
now-
they are playing for those things.
Of course, so knight c3 is on the board, and now
Okay, she
They
clearly
thinking.
analyzed this position. So she clearly analyzed. So knight c7, I suppose. Now what? Or h6. Two kind of moves here. I guess bishop g6 now.
but if
Is a
knight
bit out of
c7 now,
question, but-
I cannot take the pawn. Why can't
There is this in the air as well. I mean, so I don't know how strong of a threat it is. Is it the move after this? Because sometimes they can give the exchange. That's what I mean. Because you still have this cover. Your bishop will be very strong to put threats. Sometimes I don't know.
Here we should continue. Knight c3, then bishop
c3, you attack
d7.
the queen with the long move. It's a mess, huh? Take.
Now rook e1, so you didn't win an exchange. You protect the queen. Now bishop c2. What do
Knight c2, you have to go. Check.
knight e2 check, of course.
King
Knight
f1.
c1.
Take. Rook c1, but this I will never lose. No? Rook d8. You see, Almira, what I said you from the start of the game is, if we see something like this, whatever computer will say, I think that she may keep such things.
Okay, but she's not going
Unless
for those
there
lines,
is tactics
yes.
like knight e3 here and winning everything. Is there anything here? I mean, bishop h3, let's say I go g6 to go f5.
Maybe you shouldn't waste a tempo by playing rook d8. I think you also should coordinate your pieces here.
You
Maybe
will let
start
the
with
guy-
g6. I don't know.
Well, I just don't know if he will manage to be on time to take the pawn, let's say this, knight e3. This will depend on this. But this, I think, reasonable chances to hold. And the problem is that there are a lot of lines like this. This is what I don't like, at least for a crucial match.
Okay, for sure she's not going for, but after knight c3, let's say if she plays so the
So
knight
they stop
c3 is
at
on the
knight
board,
c3,
of
yeah.
course. If she plays knight c7, let's say,
Or h6, those are two normal moves, h6 or knight c7.
okay, let's start with knight c7. You
H6.
suggested.
It's the same thing, yeah, bishop b5 and... I'm stubborn. Bishop b5.
It's the same line, I think. Yes.
But h6 is maybe more useful than...
Rook e1, so you don't lose the rook. Well, if the bishop would be on f6, maybe then you wouldn't have any problems. But you still have to put your pieces at better squares. So your knight on a6 is
rook
misplaced.
d8, I like my move. Bishop g4, let's say, or bishop h3. Now what?
And you need to play knight b8, knight c6, something.
Okay, yeah, maybe. It depends where you want to put the knight. Maybe now that the bishop is there, maybe c6 will counterbalance pressure.
But bishop f3 now?
Knight c6.
Knight c6.
It's working or not? Or you can take?
And bishop f4?
Yeah, bishop f4 is the problem. You cannot take, so you have to protect it indirectly, like here. I mean, by counter-attacking. Because you see, he cannot join the knight because the pawn is hanging. So.
But okay, now I can play rook d1, but you need to replace your bishop as well, either on f6, either on b6. Bishop c7, bishop b6,
probably.
you think?
Same strategy. I mean, I will let you attack mine, and I will attack yours. If it's working.
No, this is too little.
No, it may be, yeah, but it may be not working. I mean, this, because there should be moves like this, and then b7
bishop
may
c6.
be hanging. So. But I mean, even passive defense, what you will do. I will put the first this, and then at one moment I will play knight c6. I mean, it's not much. I am always afraid, I tell you, that in such lines, you finally got, after many exchanges, something like this, where you just have to hold a slightly worse thing, which is not a big deal at this level.
Okay, but we have to be rigorous, and in this position especially we know that there's so much at stake, we have to have a scientific approach. So let's say h6, there are so many moves candidates,
but,
knight d5 also,
yeah, but after
knight
h6,
e4.
one thing important is that we are not forced to go for this line. We can play something else, like bishop e3, bringing the rooks, I mean.
No, but we should, what I told you,
But
knight
rook c8.
d5, bishop, knight e4, there's so many moves possible, we should check them all.
But there are many exchanges ahead also, sometimes. That's my problem. It's not the choice, it's that it has a potential to liquidate everything, which I don't like too much.
So, knight d5, what's happening after knight d5 here, first?
After which move? After...
No, let's say h6, knight d5. You suggested h6, let's go, let's say we're not going for the fourth line, but I want to see what's going on if I take the pawn, of course.
I take this.
King takes.
I take there.
How is this position? Let's say bishop f4, and it's more or less equal, yes?
I will trade everything. Solid. Really.
This is very solid, okay. So what else can we try after
And h6 is probably not the main move. The main move is probably knight c7 to prevent any bishop b5.
Then can we take on e4? We didn't take it before, but now maybe we can take knight e4, and let's analyze this one. First things first, we need to analyze and bishop b4.
I will take with the rook, probably.
Okay, let's try.
Because by taking with the rook, I am not forced yet, it's still pinned, to play bishop take e4. I may have a useful tempo somewhere. You know?
You cannot play rook e8, one thing.
Because you take with check. So I play, let's say, here.
Knight e6. But, okay, bishop d2. I have to develop. No, bishop d2. I want bishop d2, bishop c3. If I'm not losing everything immediately, then I'm probably fine.
Okay, let's try.
Bishop c3.
Queen c6.
And rook e1.
h6.
Do you have rook a... your threat is to take on a3, yes, next, when you play h6 or not?
I would like to bring my knight there, maybe. To what? Maybe I take here.
Well, I don't know, queen takes or...
Now the point I will show to the readers, one of the ID for black in all those positions is maybe to take there.
But you have d5
You have d5 to calculate, of course. Knight f8. Of course, it needs calculations. And
so
if
maybe
you take there,
rook a4, yes, then.
knight f4. You will try to make the bishop bad, and you have counterplay, I mean, on those things. It's also one, it can also be 1 point.
But here you have, at least here I have the feeling that you have to struggle with black for a while in order to prove that you have some compensation.
Let's say you go, I don't know,
Let's say G3,
G3, knight
okay.
D5,
And somewhere like queen.
knight E5 maybe.
And 85 you have, okay.
If
Let's
I
just
take,
show this idea that you take with the rook, and if you take on
if you
C3,
take with the pawn, I will just take
Yes.
twice. So
if you take with the rook, then we
then
have this
I
rook
cannot,
E8.
yeah,
yes.
I cannot take on C3 three times because there is rook E8 at the end. I can show it. If I take, you take, I take, you take, I take, and catastrophe, rook E8 check. So you are keeping the pawn this way, but I mean it's a very strong knight against a very bad bishop, so this is that clear. I mean you just play h6 here. You are still not threatening to take for other reasons this time. For example, let's say you play a neutral move.
You still have rook E8.
Yes, you still have rook 8. I mean, you take, I take, let's say. If you take, there is rook E8 check. Famous combination. You cannot take, the rook is overloaded because there is queen take queen.
And you cannot play king H7.
And you cannot play king h7. And even if you could play a king somewhere, let's say you don't go h6, you go g6, let's say. Let's say you go g6, I go h4. The point is that if you take, even if you can move the king, now there is the X-ray problem. When you take there, the rook protects the queen. Throw black's queen. So it means that if you take, you have a rook down. Well, this may be a defense, but of course the moves are not easy.
And look, Marie is, well, for the first time, she's ahead, I think, on the clock in this game, because Leitinji was playing very quickly.
Yeah, at least she's surprised, but I tell you, the only problem in this position is that there is a potential for mass simplifications, which I don't like so much, but okay, so far, if she managed to avoid, then it may be something, but...
What would you prefer, let's say, if I put it this way? This position in order to play for a win, or a Berlin endgame? For a more dynamic player, I think this is definitely a better choice.
For dinner, yeah, but I will not choose the Berlin endgame as well, you know. It's the point. I mean, I will not play one thing just to enter in the next opening the same thing. No, I will also not play the Berlin endgame.
But where do you will play the...
maybe D3 somewhere,
D3, yes.
and but of course it's the same. You have to play more chess. I mean, not. I have a problem with lines like this. I mean, at a crucial game. Otherwise, if I am playing in the league, let's say, or in an open tournament, I'm very happy to play this with white. I don't risk anything. I play for 2 results. But the context is different. We are playing for. We must win with white. It's very important. A lot of things is at stake, so there is a specific strategy for this game today. And I am not sure that it's to play this position due to the potential of mass simplification, mass liquidation, mass exchanges.
Okay, so Leitinji is still thinking. Let's have a look at the game between her sister, Anna Muzichuk, who is having a very tough opponent.
So just to resume what we saw, we have a deviation from game 2 between those two players. Here, rook e1 is played instead of knight c3 that was played in game 2. And now she played a small tricky maneuver to attract the queen on d7, so you don't have this knight d7 usual move. Yeah. Now she came back on c2. In fact, she wanted to play queen c2 from the start, but she thought that maybe it's good to have provoked queen d7, even if queen d7 may be an additional developing move, because it will force then knight a6.
And also bishop f5 is with tempo in several lines, so that was the idea.
I mean, it looks like queen d7 protects bishop f5, but not really, because in fact, all the time that the knight will go somewhere to sacrifice itself, I will have this time bishop take f5 with the tempo there. Okay, and after knight a6, I have to play e3 because knight before was a threat. Rook e8. Why this rook instead of the other rook? It's because in some lines, Probably you still want f5, I guess, or you don't want maybe some take with check. It's one of them. Now she took here, we explained that knight c3 first, there were problems
Bishop g4.
With bishop g4, so c take d5 is probably her preparation still. And now the point is that this move order, you take out bishop g4, which was maybe her preparation. Maybe she was waiting here, knight c3, and she saw with her team that she has bishop g4. And now after this, she's figuring out if she can play bishop g4, which she can't.
Well,
okay, let's move on.
late in G is, well, in a very deep thought for the very first time in the game. So I think...
Okay, she has to play h6 or knight c7. Maybe h6 is the best, but the risk is that she goes bishop g4 because it was probably what she planned if you don't take on d5. And then she will start to have problems after knight e5. I don't know if deep problems, but small problems for sure.
Yeah.
It will depend. Now she has a very heavy decision to take. Now let's see.
Hampi Konero is walking, so she must be quite confident about her position. Let's have a look.
Yeah, but she's behind on the clock. Huh?
Okay, let's have a look. It's a very different type of position that we've seen in their second game.
Okay.
I mean, the development, of course.
Okay. So far, it's the same than the second game. I think already here it's a bit different, huh? I don't remember knight f1, maybe it was, but...
Yes, she played knight f1, knight g3, and normally even in the game which was played Duda Nepomniachtchi, he played knight f1, c5.
Okay, it's the same, rook d8, you allow knight f5.
And Anna continues with the same plan because
maybe she played bishop f8 in game 2 or what? Let's see, because let's see fast.
But in the game between Duda Nepomniachtchi, he didn't allow knight f5, Jan Nepomniachtchi played g6. So Hampi still thinks that...
it was this one, let's see. It was from game 2, we just compare to see where they changed. This was the game 2. See, so far the same. There is this rook e1, okay, she played as well. Played exactly the same. Now she played bishop f8. This time she decided to give this bishop. And after this position, I think white is clearly better here. So she didn't want to repeat this. I mean, bishop g5 was a huge blunder, but if she was playing here or something else, I don't remember what, bishop c2,
yes,
she would be clearly better. Okay, so this time she decided to give the bishop. Of course, with the team, Anna, she has to look for such moves, like she gives the bishop, because if you intend to repeat, you are not naive. You will not think that she will repeat exactly the same moves until bishop g5 from game 2. So you know that she will deviate earlier. So you have to look where she can deviate, and this is a possibility. I mean, the other possibility would be g6 here. Okay, let's see.
it's very interesting because Hampi doesn't want to repeat the same line which was played by Jan Nepomniachtchi, which is g6. So she thinks that you should play those positions without weakening the dark square.
Okay, there is another point that I noticed by looking classical chess all my life, is that all in those openings like Spanish and this, you have all those moves, g6, that restricts the knight and this. But you are very often facing extremely heavy attacks even by sacrificing, and these computers don't see. Sometimes you bring pieces, and sometimes knight f5 is coming from nowhere, allowing g take f5. And she has to be careful in such position with black, because it's this kind of position, like in Open Spanish, or where there are those tactics, or like in the Zaitsev variation, where you get every pieces on you, and computer may have this horizon thing, and at least at the board, you may miss conceptions, human conceptions that are very strong in the attack. So, I mean, it's tricky, because computer will tell you that you are doing the right way with black, you are safe, the position is healthy or whatever, And in practice, you may face sacrifices everywhere, I mean, positional sacrifices. So you just have to be very careful, especially when you allow a knight on f5. Okay.
So knight c6.
But knight c6, for sure, if she repeats, she has to see, because it's the main move of computer. So.
But is this the same computer which is analyzing their games? You know, it's
whatever. I mean, if you repeat, you are not expecting the same position from game one. You have to look bishop f8, and you have to look g6 earlier. So after knight c6, she probably made her homework. She did b3.
This surprises me a little bit. So in every line that we analyzed, and I think that naturally we were looking for c3.
For c3,
c3,
bishop
bishop d3, bishop c2. So b3 is
I
very
suppose knight
unusual.
c6, there is a problem for c3, I think. What is it? It's d4 simply.
Immediately, yes.
And you don't have time to close everything, because if you have time to play this and bishop d3, you are clearly better. But of course she will play d3 here.
Of course, now I understand then why young Krzysztof Duda started with bishop d3 and c3 before playing knight g3, knight f5. So he wanted to have this option of closing the center.
I think so. I mean,
so b3.
unless I'm wrong completely, but I mean, does it work if, let's say, you play queen c7, bishop d3?
Mm-hmm.
This would be better for white, a bit like game 2. I mean, and if you start to go d4 now, should I go c4, or maybe I just ignore it? Because maybe I don't want even to go c4, because those pawns, they are restricting both knights. I mean. So maybe I will just go this way. Yeah, so of course, when she analyzed knight c6, our computer shows her that after the main ID c3, bishop d3, there is d4, so she will not go for it. So now she went b3, which is interesting. You want bishop b2. Now you have two options. Either you can play bishop f8, then you do a bit of jadoub compared to the previous move, or you continue your ID and your concept that you don't care giving this bishop.
Mm-hmm.
She opts for a blockade, and that the bishop will not play in the future. I mean, it will stay closed. She will try to keep it closed. So she plays a6 to take space and play the bishop on b7.
Because I've been playing the King's Indian attack since I'm a kid, and you know, although in a way it reminds me of the King's Indian attack. Of course, the bishop is not on g2, but you have this very important pawn on e5,
Which restricts and
which
takes a lot of
restricts,
space.
yes.
Yeah.
So you have the knight on f3. Of course, you will reorganize your pieces, and in order to launch an attack, you will play h4 at some point. So what I was thinking, if black should play in the same way as in King's Indian attack,
Right.
they launch a6, b5,
Yeah, but
and
they have
break
to,
in the
otherwise they
center.
don't have a play at all. Huh?
So
They have to take some space. They have to, but also what you should point is that in the King's Indian attack, it's the typical kind of positions where computers gives a huge advantage for black in general, because black is very fast in the queen side, and the attack of white can be extremely tremendous. I remember a very, very important game between Karyakin and Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland won the first game of their match in the World Cup, and Karyakin, in the revenge, played this King's Indian attack. You know, King's Indian attack is when you play with d3, knight d2, e4, d3, knight d2, g3, bishop g2, like this. Especially against the French or against some Sicilian. And computer was giving like -2. It means big advantage for black in almost any line. But in fact, Karyakin played a model game, and at some point he started to attack, and this -2 he didn't care, and he just smashed Shankland and even the match, and then he won the tiebreak. And it was when equally he went in final in the last World Cup.
well, you know that it's a funny story, because I was commentating this game live, and now you surprised me, because we were doing the commentary with Nigel Short, and you know, of course, we didn't have a computer at our disposal. But when I was looking at the position. You surprised me that the evaluation of the computer was -2, while I was thinking that Kerekin was
Skripchenko.
completely winning, you know?
Yeah, but you see, this is the risk, and I know why I say this is that Conero has a lot of possible coaches in India. There are a lot of strong players, and they are working extremely good with computers. But I am not sure that sometimes to work good with a computer, you have to do it the right way as well, because you can easily miss conceptions by believing too much your engine. And me, I know my engine for 30 years now, and I know exactly until which point I should believe and when I should not believe. When the human, you see many times when we analyze together here, at some point I was guessing their move, not what computer shows, their moves. I said in the game she will play like this or this or this. And this is what is important in a game.
And well, also one of the most important things that the computer should not alterate your ability to evaluate the position correctly. That's of course is very important during these crucial games. So let's have a look. She played a6, so she wants to play b5 probably, yes? If
a4.
If Anna will allow her, of course.
Okay, the drawback of a4 is that it weakens this pawn. Sometimes it can have a weight. So b6 this time, h4. So look, b3, it's not to go bishop b2, it means. What for it is b3? Because she doesn't want bishop b2, she wants, is it for containing or what? Because why in this position, for instance, she didn't play h4 first, in this case?
Well, it's
She
very
was afraid of
interesting.
what?
Well, maybe it's just a waiting move.
No, but you don't play b3 just for painting. Huh? It just
No, wait, wait.
Yeah, but he has one idea when he plays b3. Here I would play what? Let's say I would play. Was he afraid of c4 or something?
No, you don't give the d4 square in this line.
Yeah, but then the
So
bishop
easily.
is not playing. The bishop needs to be on this diagonal.
Yes, but as in King's Indian attack, sometimes you bring it bishop f1, g3. So I don't like.
It's anti-positional, but what you will do? c3?
Yes, I like c3, and then,
Then
put
b5, d4 may come. I mean, you will start to put something on e3 and knight d4. h6, h6, king d2, queen d2 maybe. I don't know, b4. Yeah, it looks strange, but I don't know why she played b3. I try to understand why she played b3. Because we see that in the game, after b3, a6, she played a4, and now she didn't go bishop b2 at all. She went h4.
and she developed the bishop on d2. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand what for you played b3. Is it to prevent c4? Because let's say after b3 you play another move like this. Will you go bishop b2 or what you will do? Now it was c3.
No, Igor, I'm not sure. Is this the idea? Then if you play b3, maybe then can you, at some lines, then you can put your bishop on d3, and then you cannot play c4.
No, but knight b4 is
No, but of course now, of course, but maybe in
yeah,
some
but
lines
look what
you can
computer
play
shows.
bishop d3.
What computer shows is that it shows b3.
Yes. So this is the
and
computer
now,
line?
And now c3 it shows. What does it change? Because now if d4, what?
Then you take, and maybe bishop c4 and not bishop d3, I don't know.
And what?
So
What
it's
brings
not so
b3?
easy, yes.
You will go bishop b2 or what? I go, let's say a6, a4. Who knows? Maybe the bishop is not hanging.
Well, as I told you, this position is very new.
No, but you have to compare with c3. c3, d4 was strong. What's the problem now? If I play here,
Normally I would
No,
take
you
with the
change
piece.
knights.
Yes. Okay.
so let's say I play b3, d c3. I want to understand. Really, I am puzzled with it. D4. Okay, it's their preparation, but I want to understand it. And now when you take with the piece...
Knight d4. I would take with the fifth knight. I don't know. Maybe you have to take anyway. Knight d4.
It's a queen d4. So just bishop e3. And now there is no bishop defending this. It's very strange. And if h6, let's say? Okay, I understand there could be sacrifices, but not yet, I guess. Is your ID c3 again? c3, there is the same
I'm not
d4.
sure, yes, because now your bishop is on...
No, I understand one thing which is very deep. I understand here, in the position, I mean. Not that I am very deep, that in the position something deep. Is that once the bishop comes on f8, maybe d4 against c3 is not such a threat because you take everything, and at one point, the rook will be not protected by the bishop e7. I illustrate my point. You go c3. Now you want bishop d3 next. And if you go d4, I take, let's say you take with the knight, I take everything. And now that you provoke bishop f8, the bishop is not defending the rook, so you can play bishop e3, and you don't have a move like queen e5, because the queen... But it's very deep, I mean. But okay, with computers and preparation, you can look for such things. And so it means that you want c3 only after bishop f8. So she played a good move, actually. She played a6. It means that now, against c3, she has the same problem like before. There is d4. So she played this. And now, I think she was the same, yeah? After bishop f8, can she go...
No, I wouldn't go c3 after
Now,
a4.
now it looks a bit too much, huh, now that you played a4. But maybe, why not? If it's my idea, it's my idea. Maybe queen c7 here. Bishop d3. What I don't like is that I weakened really much. So you may give tactical shots, yeah. Especially rook in front of queen. But who knows, I mean. This pawn restricts the knights. You will take, I guess, take. Knight c5.
I think that you are
94.
always looking for concrete variations. What is very important for Anna, that she has a very complex position that almost all the pieces are on the board.
Yeah, but she must know
and
what to do.
Yes,
I mean,
she knows what to do, and
I
she's trying to maneuver
I
for the
understand,
moment.
Almira, but I want to understand what is my piece configuration next to moves. I mean, this is my point. That's why I look the concrete variation.
No, but I think that your piece configuration also
I mean,
depends on black.
Yeah, but okay, let's say I play a6. She played good. Okay, two a bit neutral moves. Okay, not completely neutral because you may have bishop b7. But now she wants to see what she has in the pocket. Actually, Compi likes your move. He likes bishop d3. So now c5 is to prevent, b3 is to prevent c4, which may be one additional point.
But what happens after knight b4?
And then he goes on f1.
Ah, so he improves the position of the bishop. It was not good on...
No, let's say bishop f8. Okay, let's say until the end I don't want to move this bishop. I just don't care.
But now bishop d2.
Yeah, but you have two forces also. Let's say I don't care, I don't understand anything, I play rook c8.
No, but here this is a very important positional idea. Here you can give up this bishop. Just give it, take on e7 and play knight d4, maybe not immediately. Bishop d3. No, but maybe you can. You have b6, can you?
Maybe, let's see. So you take
and you're playing
c2.
against this horrible bishop on b7, of course. If this works, this is what you are looking for.
Yeah, but you are playing for the bishop against the bishop until he can move d4. But if you have moves like this, but this is too deep. I mean, you give a pawn to play rook c1.
Especially that the queen
for a human, it looks like you have rook c8 or whatever. I mean, it looks.
No, what I wanted to say that the queen, of course, is not the best at the blockade, but
this is too hard.
This is what you have.
No, bishop d2 I can understand.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't take. Then take on b4. Maybe I should try the same idea, positional idea, take on b4, and don't take on e7, but play knight d4. Can we do this? I want to...
So something like this.
Yes, maybe...
This knight I like to let until he goes g6 or something. Let's say bishop c5.
Yes, and what can
Now
we
queen
do
d2
here?
or what?
But queen
It's
d2
the
transposes to the same variation, of course.
Rook
So-
c1 then, let's say.
Okay, let's try rook c1 and we'll protect.
g6 one day.
But can we try knight 5? Still, I want
You
to
can
have
try
this
things like
beautiful
this now.
knight.
Take,
and
take,
knight
check, and knight g4 maybe.
Mhm.
But how
Now
is this?
here I don't believe that gives
It's a bit
too
small,
much.
huh?
Yes. Now try knight 3, knight 5 d4. Even if it's a beautiful knight, I want to play for a positional idea.
Okay.
Now you can play knight c5 and knight e4.
You will see who has the
Yes.
positional idea.
Mhm. It's not so easy.
Oh, of course it's not so easy. Maybe this, but then you have to find something. Maybe something with the h pawn, h3, h4. Yeah. Can you play the same? It's always when you don't know what to do. I remember Alpha Zero starts to play h4. No idea. Allez, h pawn. But it's maybe not stupid at all. Bishop f8 now. No, let's say you give.
But this is a very
d4.
typical idea, of course.
Yeah,
to
let's say
play
d4.
h4.
One day she will play d4 with the bishop on b7. Now you start knight g5, right? Or h5. Both are interesting. Knight g5 is to bring the queen. h5 is to scatter on the castle. And you understand that after a move like h6, you have some sacrifices around. I mean, you have still to find a way to bring pieces, but let's say knight h2.
Knight h2 is a very important
Knight g4,
maneuver,
queen g4. You see?
like in the king's
that's true.
Indian defense as well. So this position
No, this is lively.
could get very dangerous.
Yeah, but you understand, the most difficult is not how to play once you play knight h2. It's here, which kind of position you will get for those pieces. This is misplaced, and what you will do for those three things. This takes the whole energy of the position. I mean, if you mistake there, you put it badly, all the game will be bad. Because this is what we call a strategical decision here. And then all the game is impacted. Like yesterday in Maria's game when she took back on d5 instead of queen take b3, knight take d5. Then she had a very bad game for the next 25 moves. So here, I mean, the difficulty home, it's to understand what you do with the bishop e2, bishop c1, and pawn and this structure here, c2, b2. If you solve this, you have chances to get a good game.
So b3, a6.
I mean, if I was doing the preparation, it would take all my energy, those things.
Oh, and they probably try to avoid forced lines as well.
Also, but now they managed, actually.
So h4 was played in this position, and black replied by bishop of
Also, one thing interesting is that probably Lei Tingye had to work on this line as well, because when you see your sister plays another line, I'm sorry, but Maria could also borrow the line.
Of course.
So it was double work, in fact, because you have to see what... And maybe it was their strategy to make them work, each one play a different Petrov, so the opponent lose double time.
So this is modern chess, yes?
This is more advanced.
Igor, what do
As
you
if
think?
you have your son or your daughter playing in the open, the same. At the same time you make her play, whole family, Mama also.
But here, let's say from...
So it was played
so
here. Yeah.
she played h4, just a second, that was the position here on the board, and after bishop f8, why white didn't continue with h5?
Because sometimes you need this pawn to use it as a support for knight g5, which will bring the queen d1. So if you play h5, you don't get this position. You get positions with knight h2, but it's a matter of choice and, okay, what's the best in the position?
Sometimes, okay, then I understand. Let's put like bishop
Especially
f8.
after bishop f8 played in the game, now you are controlling less this. So this may become something.
That's exactly what I wanted to show. Let's put it on the board, just knight g5, just in case we will illustrate the idea. Then if knight g5...
Okay, at the moment it's maybe not possible because she is there to protect.
Doesn't matter, we'll just illustrate the idea.
And also, especially this is...
You can take on g5 with the pawn. We will just show the...
F5.
No, we will just show in the idea.
The idea,
yes.
okay.
And so this gives a lot of possibilities for white to sacrifice this knight on h6 or on f6.
Yeah, sometimes you have moves like bishop g4 first and knight h6. Of course, we saw that there is queen take f5. In case you are wondering what they say, we saw. It's just to show you the ideas.
So one of the ideas is to take on g5 with the pawn and to
also, like
open
in Spanish,
the h file.
in Spanish you have exactly the same idea, but on a different square. It's against the knight on f6. You remove the knight on f6 in the Spanish by playing h3, knight h2, and knight g4. And usually when they take, you play for dynamism and you take with the h pawn, which puts some fire a bit on the position.
And how important it is.
Okay, but here, of course, knight g5 is in the air. Right now it's not working because the knight is hanging and nothing will work. So you have to do something, maybe some, I don't know if you play bishop d2 or c3. I mean, you can play maybe c3, bishop d3, or you can play bishop d2. I don't know what she did in the game. Let's see.
I think bishop d2 was...
She played bishop d2, which is one of the plans. Ideally, if she managed, she would try to play something like c3, bishop d3. Once the bishop is on d3, the knight is protected, then knight g5 will come maybe to...
In handy.
Yeah.
So bishop d2, bishop b7 was played. She needs to finish her development, especially...
Yeah, but then there is less pressure on f5. But
Well,
I am very skeptical by this strategy of letting the knight enter. It's typical in new conceptions by computers. For human or at my generation, I mean 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we don't let knight f5. We don't like it. Actually, Nepomniachtchi didn't let it. This is modern chess, I mean. They allow everything and they think that Compi says 0-0, it's fine, we will keep. I'm not so sure.
and now Anna played h5. So she waited for the bishop to move to b7 to another diagonal.
So it's less defending.
Yes.
I mean, it's an active bishop if you will play d4, but it means that this active bishop is not used for the defense. She doesn't care to give a bit of activity if she is herself attacking, in fact.
But then could we consider just your move bishop d3? Anyway, it's always in the air after bishop...
yeah, but they may
what
be
is the
careful of
difference?
c4, no?
c4 immediately.
Because I see two things there. I see potentially some bishop take f3 and queen take d2. I don't know.
So you want
I
to
would
take
be
a knight
I
a5?
would be concerned by c4. I mean, intuitively, without looking at the variations,
So
because I see, you see, I see an alignement in
no,
French.
alignment.
Geometry line, some line, rook d8, queen d7 on this. I see such a line, you know, so it's a big pressure, and I see that we are not far from a bishop take f3 thing here. Okay, maybe there is nothing, but maybe here we play a move before like this.
No, but I like
Look,
this
it's
idea.
like
It's a
this.
positional
Knight before.
sacrifice.
Yeah, knight before is good. I think.
You open all your
If
diagonals.
you give the dark square bishop, I think the attack is almost over. But it's not so easy to... Okay, you have to give it and to play for new things here. You have to
Take on d5, you think, okay.
Bishop d5.
Yes, because on bishop b1 you have the intermediate d takes c6, probably.
Now you will do what? Knight g5, or you will rook e3 maybe first, then knight g5. You are playing for knight g5 here.
Bishop c5, I attack your rook.
No.
No, I think this
Bishop
is enough.
e4.
This is enough for the compensation. I will take.
Black has good compensation.
Yes,
It's very
yes.
solid. He keeps everything. Even the white pawn structure is scattered a bit. I mean, 3 islands there. Okay, I don't know. But I will be concerned by c4, really, practically. I would say, I'm not so sure here. I don't like it too much. Maybe there are better moves, maybe some queen c7 for c4, even more effective. So probably after bishop b7, bishop d3 not, but
h5.
h5 is interesting, right? Let's see. Did I push the... No.
No, before we have a look at the variations, I just glanced at their time parameters. So what is the time now?
We changed the game, yeah?
No.
We changed the game.
It's
We
not-
play game 2. I recognize this bad
Yes.
move. Just. Yeah, it's this one. Sorry, because there is a button on the mouse, and sometimes I push, and it puts
So
me in another dimension.
h5. So Anna is still ahead on the clock.
I slept very good. You notice that now I
You have more energy, right?
yeah, I am not sleeping. I just.
I'm pretty sure that you were afraid that someone is going, to knock on our door and that
No.
we have a line, of applicants. So,
Today is festival, and when I am in good form, I speak non-stop. So be careful. I may speak.
Well, I think we noticed.
So h5.
h5.
Only things that can make me stop speaking is when we see our face. Or our movie. No. We had a joke once with Mark Kenem, and we were commenting, and suddenly we see our face. We stopped, we start to laugh. And what he said, not Brad Pitt brothers, but something like this. It was very funny.
Narciss.
I just remember.
Okay, h5. So how to react to h5? h6 is very dangerous because you can always sacrifice a piece on h6 at some point. So how do you react after bishop b7, h5?
No, what is interesting just here, just one last point, is that finally she decided not to give the bishops. Because for last two moves, she gave the bishop, she didn't mind. And finally she decided, oh, maybe I will keep it. Because she could also have continued this way, immediately. And let the bishop until the end, which was maybe better. Computer prefers this move. I think Anna would have played the same, let's say. Now, you have some moves, not, but maybe knight g5 is coming one day, let's say. Of course, when knight g5 is coming, you also have to look, okay, what's the difference? If
Because
take
you
there-
have this knight e7 intermediate now, that's why. So she's anticipating
yes.
knight g5.
Because
of
we always
course.
say that after knight g5 it's not possible because
take
you take queen f5, but as long as the bishop stands on e7, you may have this move.
And then you take
You're
on
right.
g5.
So
with the bishop.
now she wants clearly to avoid knight g5, because if knight g5 now, you take, finito, knight take e7 check. So now you have to lose a piece because queen take f5 is coming next. Okay, so after bishop d2, so she played bishop f8 because she's concerned by this, bishop d2, bishop b7. Now Anna sees that she will not play for knight g5 anymore because it's difficult to handle this. I don't know, maybe a c3, but c3 d4 immediately. Yeah?
Yes, and d3, yes.
Because if she could play c3, bishop
Bishop
d3, knight g5 would come on the table. You need to protect the guy. You don't want to play g4. You need to do it with the bishop.
And we just saw that bishop d3 is not
There is
possible
maybe
because of
c4, and
yes.
this is maybe not practical, or queen c7 and c4. So she goes for your plan now. So she goes for h5. h5, it has several advantages. After h5, you can use it to break the castle a bit, to break the defense of the castle and force g6. Then g7 square is weakened. If he takes, then the castle is just broken. And the other idea of h5 is to secure a strong point on g4, because g4 was not yet a strong point because it could anyway be chased by h5, g6 in some lines. Here, by doing this, you somehow artificially create a strong point there, and you will follow up either with knight h4, either with knight h2, and sometimes knight g4, and the knight will be immune against some h5, which is typical from your King's Indian attack, because the only difference with the King's Indian attack a bit is that there is a pawn standing on g3.
Yes, and that what was worrying me right now, because in King's Indian attack you have this possibility to deploy your queen immediately, while here you need to improve your bishops. You will need to play bishop f1 at some point.
Maybe
and then
in many cases, maybe it will not be d3 anymore due to c4.
So
maybe the
bishop
square,
f1,
maybe f1.
and then you move
Then
your
it
knight
looks like
and
your
queen
King's
g4,
Indian attack,
yes.
because in general, in the King's Indian attack, you have a pawn here, and the bishop on g2. And sometimes, I already saw the line, you play bishop, okay, in general bishop h3 or whatever, but sometimes you play bishop f1, bishop d3,
Yes,
you relocate
exactly.
the diagonal. So here it's like it's already there to get relocated, but of course you have to choose the right moment where there is no counterplay by c4. I don't say that the bishop will never go on d3. It may go on f1 for a while. You will play some c3 later to keep away the knights. And when you are sure that d4 is not coming, later on you may play bishop f1, d3.
You see, Igor, the more we analyze, the more we understand all the nuances, the more I start to enjoy this position for white. That it's not
No,
easy
this is
to
a
play.
success, the opening here, I guess.
But,
Yeah, but I think that this time they made a tremendous job with this b3. b3 is extremely deep. I tell you, the idea is that after this move, she wanted to play c3 now, I think. And the point is that d4, you take, and now, due to b3 and forced bishop f8, the rook is not defended, so you play bishop e3 here. And you are slightly better here. Maybe it's not the end of the world, queen take d1, but it's something like this. Unless you wanted to play the same, bishop d2, or maybe you wanted the same.
I think she also wanted to keep all the pieces on the board and to play a very complex game. She didn't want to exchange.
And after a6, a4, and if b6 here,
can you play bishop d3 here?
it's different or what?
The same. No, but your bishop is not on b7 yet, so maybe we can try and take here.
So let's say bishop b, yeah, maybe like this she wanted. Okay, I don't know, maybe c3, maybe bishop d2. This is their preparation. So, okay, let's see. So
They are actually the pioneers in this line, because this is all happening for the very first time, with a huge novelty. It might be very important also for the development of this line.
Don't worry, Nepo will come with his 10 Russian Grandmaster behind, and all those 3-4 guys who play this line with their coach and their computers, they will work something.
Yes, but
and tomorrow the line will be unplayable.
But the novelty was played here at the women's candidates, so
Yes.
it's also a historical moment. H5, let's see. How should Hampi react? You know, she looks very concerned for the moment, and she's alone at the board. Igor, let's say a typical reaction. You are afraid, you will play h6 with black here. We considered bishop f1.
But h6 is, as you said, a real target.
Yes, of course, but we need
knight
to
h2,
show it.
no?
Yes.
And knight,
But first maybe bishop f1, knight
yeah,
h2,
to protect.
yes.
And then, I mean, Almira was considering this move just to stop the guy here. And now we want, in general, to play knight h2, g4. The only problem is that when you move the knight, this pawn will hang. So probably you have to move first this bishop here.
Sometimes
Either
bishop-
here, either here. I think.
Bishop f1, and let's say rook c8.
Rook
We'll
e8,
do-
probably you have to relocate.
Okay, but this is
Now maybe
too
you go
deep.
c3.
Yes.
Yeah, it's too deep, but now maybe you don't go on h2, you go on
h4,
h4.
queen g4. I like this position very much.
Yeah, this is the way. You will not sacrifice immediately, but maybe in 10 moves it will be a weak point where you will sacrifice pieces when you will start the attack. Now you are bringing pieces.
And 97 was played. So
Okay,
for,
so
for
she
the very
starts
same
to
reasons. Trade. She wants to
trade.
trade.
She wants to trade.
But knight d6? Look at this beautiful square. What is happening after knight d6?
I guess she wants to give the guy, I think, knight somewhere.
I will take it, because this is not the same. The bishop on b7 is actually much more important than the one on e7.
But you can even take and play g3, no?
Yes.
And bishop f1.
So take it? Yes, I like this.
I don't know why is what I start, bishop f1 or g3,
But even here, all your
Bishop d3
ideas with
also.
c4, they're becoming irrelevant, you know, or less strong, because you don't have this light square bishop. It's a very important piece when you're defending
You
those
mean when you play
positions.
here now,
Where you can
I
take.
will just take
Yes, of
everything,
course.
yeah?
Yes.
And then I will finish with c3, keeping the knights away, yeah? First of all, there is no queen, and there is no bishop take
Yes.
f3, as you said. No, now at c4 you forget.
No, you shouldn't give this bishop.
And after this, I will win another tempo one day with queen e2 hitting a6. Maybe I have to play c3 first to prevent any knight d4. And this is the position I wanted from before. I mean, if c4 you have to do one day, I think. Now to try some things.
Okay.
Some tricks like this.
If I take, knight takes, yes?
Rook take,
Oh, you want to take here.
You are a pawn down, but what to do? I mean, no, you are suffering, but maybe some chances to hold. Things like this, maybe. Maybe knight g5 is even stronger here.
But this is a very slippery road. I really don't like this idea of giving the bishop on b7.
Me too, and I don't like it. Yeah, but you see, this is how humans they cope with such positions. They can't stand the pressure forever. At some point, they want to force things. So even for the defense, you are not a computer where you can let this knight f5, this sentinel there for 20 moves. This is why you remember what I spoke 30 minutes ago. I said that this is the problem nowadays. I mean, with your computer, you let this knight on f5. At the board, you have a different feeling.
Yes, it's like you're having a knife at your
You know,
throat.
I had an idea of book, but I don't know if I should say because others will take my idea. I mean. But I'm so lazy to write a book, but I should.
So what is the idea?
The idea is that I would make some kind of positional book asking about the evaluation of the position, and then I will tell the exact evaluation of computer with variations and positionally what's going on. And
the perspective?
Another answer with the practical evaluation by a human in this position, which will be radically different.
But I think this is a very interesting idea.
Yes, but somebody will take it from me.
No, but you should really do it, and especially
I should put a brevet.
More we advance, you know, it should help future generations.
I have tons of ideas like this in books. I am creative,
but lazy.
No, I am playing. I have also a goal to be challenger at League of Legends. So it takes more time. I will write a book after.
How do you qualify in this format, like the League of Legends? How do you become the challenger?
Challenger. No, challenger is not the same like in chess. Challenger is not for the world championship.
Okay, so
it's the title like a grandmaster. It's the highest title.
And how do you obtain the title?
By playing a lot, playing good, and I started 2 years ago, so no, not yet. But I would like at my age, 44, I think I will win. I want to win better and world champion there.
How many hours do you need to work a day, to play a day in order to improve?
It's not a work.
Well,
it depends. I mean, if you are addict or not.
Well, obviously you're an addict, so.
No. I want to stream again when I will be both a challenger and chess grandmaster. That's the point.
So we will have sort of a hybrid event, yes?
Yes, and you at the moment you will have some peace from me for some years. Because it's not easy. But then I will be unstoppable if I manage to go.
Well, I would like to try it once. Didn't have time. I never played the
If
video
you don't
games.
have time, don't try it. That's my time. But that's my goal.
No, I never had time before because I never played a video game in my life, but I know there are a lot of strategical games and I would like to try it, maybe later when we will finish all our projects. But let's see, 97, 96, I think is a very strong response to this idea because she wants to trade this powerful knight, but I want to take this bishop on b7, and if Anna finds this move, but let's see, after knight d6, can you play bishop c6 and keep your bishop?
But then
Or it's
you
too
let the
dangerous.
knight, I mean, it's just,
Yes, knight d6,
I'm
bishop
tell you,
c6, and knight.
I like to criticize, but I
Knight
myself
c8.
trained strong players for the very elite, so for so many years. So I mean, I have the legitimacy to a bit criticize conceptions, and I think that those conceptions by nowadays computers letting outpost on F5 like this, I think they are completely wrong in general, because as a human you cannot afford psychologically to play against such pieces. I mean, this is just computer evaluation. Computer afford letting the knight because he has no pressure. And this is the problem with all those new players who are 25, 50, 2600, is that they are very strong to calculate line, concrete variations on this, but I think they are lacking such things. They don't understand such things.
Also, this knight on f5, of course, computers, they don't feel the pressure, but they don't have this physical pressure, because sometimes when you have this queen on g4, knight of f5, I feel that I can barely breathe. You know, it's a physical reaction to the feeling of danger.
But remember what I told you already. Raja once told me that when I say Raja, it's Rajabov, for the guy who didn't follow us before. He said to me, Igor, just bring me the lines with that are good, and whatever calculation and I have to find, I will find myself at the board, don't worry. But I said, but sometimes, sometimes it's very difficult. It's my job, I will do, don't worry. Okay. So what was good is that I could bring such conceptions, but in general I was not. I didn't allow myself. Knight f5. In my analysis, I was dismissing.
Okay, so it's
even when computer says slight advantage for black, I dismiss because I know that my player will not be able to cope with the pressure there. So.
Well, it's very important.
Yeah, but this is very difficult, and this is why, I mean, a lot of good players from the past, I mean, grandmasters from 20 years ago, 15 years ago, they understand such things. I mean, nowadays generation, I have more doubts. They have very strong skills, calculation, they see fast, they know a lot of variations on this, but when it's a bit more deep, I am not so impressed.
This is also how I prepare for the tournaments. I play them, well, not that often, but sometimes I dismiss the positions which also do not suit my style, even though, you know, the computer can evaluate them, because you need to have the energy and the understanding also to play the game yourself. So, and also.
Now, what I am a bit more skeptical is why Humpy accepts to play with the knight on her, because she could say to her team, guys, no. no, knight. You know, Raja, another anecdote with him. He was saying sometimes when I insist, I say, yes, maybe, but let Humpy likes knight on f5 and this. Raja, he said, Igor, you put in the notes, playable for you, unplayable for me, and we are all good. So keep this line for yourself when you will play, and me, I will do something else.
But I also know Humpy for many years.
She should do this.
No, but she's she's a positional player, but she
should understand.
But she is a very concrete player as well. So she's not afraid of going for positions which are complicated and where, like, she needs to calculate. She's a fighter, you know. She doesn't avoid the direct combat. She has a very intelligent positional repertoire, but then she is going for the fight. So then let's have a look. Well, but knight h4 was played. She didn't play knight d6, so is going for another knight on f5. So knight f5,
Yeah,
knight
but
f5.
at the same time, it's a trade, which I like less. I prefer to trade against the bishop b7. Because potentially my bishop on e2 will become a monster because the position will open soon. She had to go for knight d6. Okay, she's probably still better, but to trade is in black's favor, I mean, in general. Well, even if, I mean, it's completely clear that white is better, but you have better, you have much better, you have huge and impossible to come back, you know, you have several degrees, I mean.
So let's say we trade knight f5.
She will trade, of course.
That was the idea.
She will not go back, knight
Knight
c6.
f5, knight f5, and then can you play h6 here because you?
Well,
I know what you will say, but
no.
I don't
I
like.
I will move my bishop, bring the queen, and then we'll tell you good luck.
I don't like to make those
you
moves,
want to do
but
this?
we should try something because we should illustrate how dangerous it
Okay,
should
I
be.
play bishop, I think.
Bishop d3 here, yes?
If I can, I play bishop d3. If I cannot, I play bishop f1. So if bishop d3,
But
c4.
here's c4, yes.
Okay,
And
let's say I
try.
don't want. I don't want to
Bishop
force things.
c5, so,
You understand that now, compared to your King's Indian attack, I also have this rook lift at my
Yes.
disposal, which is a huge difference.
so let's say king h8, queen g4, yes?
Yeah.
But when you play queen g4, do I have knight d4? No, maybe queen g4 is not accurate.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
That's why I didn't play it. I look tactically. Of course, you want to play this, but if this move refutes, you don't play.
But then bishop g. Okay.
No, but queen g4 was working when the king was there, for
Of
sure.
course.
But right now, you have to deal with this. So how do I deal with this? Should I play c3? Should I play queen f3?
Ah,
Queen
queen
f3 maybe,
f3?
maybe a move, because knight d4 I don't care. I just take and play bishop d3.
Okay.
And then it's a very, very bad position for black, because in such positions you have this majority 4 against 3, and your bishop on b7 is completely closed. I mean, you are almost lost here. I will just push the pawn there.
This
and
is a
it's-
dream position.
of course. And no, the only thing that could compensate here is if he had a knight and he could bring the knight on e4, but he has not. So here it's completely lost, so this not. So queen f3 is interesting, because when you play d4 now, I will have this square for my bishop very safely. I mean, I just move now, you don't have knight d4 anymore. This is a trick. See? You don't go queen g4 due to knight d4, you go queen f3, d4, queen g4.
And then queen g4.
This is very good.
Which is very important in this line that since you didn't play g3, all these ideas with putting a battery on the long diagonal, bishop b7, queen c6 will not work. When in King's Indian, it constitutes one of the main ideas to create a counterplay. So I can mate you on g2 or an h1. So this is very
In
interesting.
the King's Indian attack.
Yes, there is King's Indian
Please.
attack, yes, of course.
I'm playing the normal one. I am very sensible to such details.
Of course, no, you're right.
Okay, yeah, she played king h8. Now bishop g4 maybe, instead of bishop f1. Can I place the bishop? Is it better to place it on h3 or to wait my moment to place it on d3?
But if you play bishop g4, what is your idea? How do you deploy your pieces? Are you going to play queen f3, king g3, bishop h3? What is the setup?
May I thread something like h6, g6, knight g7 maybe? Pawn sack, but due to the pin. I want
Okay,
something
let's
like
try.
this maybe. The idea is a positional idea, a pawn sacrifice. Maybe something like this. Because he cannot take with
So
the
let's say
knight,
we
and he
take.
has to take, and now there are a lot of dark square weak. Now queen f3 or something.
No,
Or
bishop g5
Bishop
immediately, of
g5, you
course.
will put the bishop there. Very difficult to play. There are bunch of... because at the moment you cannot play h6 so much because he controls with those pieces. And of course, after knight g7, he will take with the knight. and the bishop keeps the dark squares. But in case he cannot take with the knight, it's a big problem. I have to tell
Actually,
you.
with the rook on c8, it's possible because bishop g4 wins in exchange. So you have to be careful. Even there, it's possible.
Yeah.
So let's have a look.
No. Position
king
is quite
h8,
fighting, and preparation for Humpy is very deep. I mean, this queen d7 of Nepo I don't like at all, actually.
So let's stop here for a second. We have the position in front of us.
White is much better.
Which is much better. So the
Probably it could be even more better, if I can speak like this, if he played knight d6 take b7, but this is much better.
so the theoretical battle and probably the
She won it.
psychological one is won by Anna Muzychuk.
Yeah, but in both games, actually.
Okay, let's switch, yes, for the second game, and we neglected it for a while because this was so interesting, and I hope that you enjoyed Igor's analysis, and, well, you know the position, you understand it a little
Here I
bit better.
see more or less what I was predicting. So bishop e3, this I
What
don't
happened?
like too much at all. She played bishop g6 at the board, offering bishop b5, as I told you. Now she had to enter this big line we saw, but probably her preparation stopped here. She probably looked only the main move of Compi, knight c7, and she probably didn't think that any move that gives bishop b5 should be looked at, which is a big mistake. So now she played here, which is wrong. She had to play here. She had to enter this line that we spoke about. Knight takes c3, bishop d7,
Rook e1.
rook e1, knight e1, bishop takes c2, knight takes c2, knight e2 check, king f1, knight takes c1, rook takes c1. She had to play this endgame, which was little, but a little something maybe due to some pressure, more easy to make on d5, but it's a little bit better for her. I don't know if it's convertible. It's not nothing, but it's not huge. But what she played, she wanted to keep pieces bishop e3, and now she allows knight takes c3 simply. There is no more bishop take f5. All the strategy of black is to play knight takes c3 with those bishop f5. She gives everything what she wants. In one move, she gave everything what black wants in the opening. What did I told you? I told you those big theoretical lines. Problem is that one move, big potential to exchange everything. Look what we have now.
But that was exactly the move that you suggested in the previous line, and we wanted to avoid
She
the
changed everything.
massive exchanges, yes.
Now she's happy to play this, to win. Okay, here you just have to look, of course, that knight g5 is not winning. You go g6 and there is nothing. So and you take, and now she's probably laughing almost. Knight c5 is coming, and there is nothing. She will make a draw. It's a no game, again. First move alone, bishop e3. The basic idea of bishop g6 is to give knight c3 next, and you don't have this bishop take f5 that we spoke about with Almira. We said that here, this is her preparation. She played fast and everything. She wants to play bishop b5. But the basic idea is linked with the fact that you cannot take there due to this, and this is attacked. So she solves the problem with bishop g6, because black wants, in all those lines, to prevent knight c3 due to knight takes c3 and mass exchange. And then it's a draw. They will defend a symbolic inferior position. And now she played the move where she gives everything away. Of course, you have to enter bishop b5 here. Whatever, you have to enter bishop b5. It's difficult to calculate, but I'm sorry, when you have this position home, objectively, what are the moves? It's h6, bishop g6, knight c7, nothing else. So you have to at least look a bit. It was the first move I showed you, bishop g6.
It's one of the
Oh, you can play bishop e3.
first
Now,
ideas,
positionally, knight takes c3, you can sign draw. I mean, even rook c8, I'm not sure. You don't even need rook c8. You can just take the guy here and play this position. I mean, it's a disaster, but bishop, it's a disaster in the opening. You had something promising, and now you have just nothing. This is why I told you before the game. Told you I don't like she enters this.
Okay, so let's have a look at the position on the board. Is there any
Okay, it's not over yet,
practical
but
chance, of course, to go for complications? Even here,
she wants there, there. She hopes for this. Yeah, take.
bishop a7 probably.
Bishop a7. Yeah.
Okay, let's see. You'll probably take on e1, trade.
Knight c7, knight e6. You have nothing.
I mean, knight c7. Ah, okay. You have to.
Put the knight there. It's all.
Yes, you have to bring your
You
knight
cannot
to
play
e6.
rook c1. Simply, I just go there, and I don't care if you take there. You will have queen c1 mate. This is exactly what she had to avoid. No game.
No, but this is a very important maneuver because I was thinking that we might use this possibility that the knight is still on a6 and
this is, you know, the
some
problem.
small
This is the
advantage.
problem is that sometimes you have a very nice preparation, but
Igor-
when you play one move yourself, you play bishop e3.
Okay, let me just try something because white
Yeah, sure,
anyway has to do everything. No, in this position, of course.
No, I am upset
F4.
not by because I prefer one win or the other win. I am upset because the position. I mean, they don't play this position the right way, and this upsets me. That's why I am like this. I'm emotive about this.
Of
I
course.
like chess. I like the positions are played properly.
Oh,
And bishop e3, I don't like to see such a move.
I understand this, but Maria needs to win anyway, so she will go for it. So.
Yeah, but she thinks that this brings too many exchanges, but this is terrible because it brings the exchanges of this and this. It's even worse. Then you have the bishop e3 on the bad square because on the bad color. No,
The only reasonable explanation that
she could not calculate until the end bishop b5.
no,
maybe.
that I can find is that probably she wanted to have queens on the board.
No, I think that she could not calculate properly this long line. Maybe she saw some ghost somewhere, and she said this is not good.
But the line is very direct. It's a very concrete line after
Yeah,
bishop
but
b5.
if you have to choose which anyway, it's a choice. It's either this, which is very bad, either this. I mean, at one moment you cut your thoughts. Yeah, you cut your thoughts, and you ask yourself, should I enter this?
Take the queen
Take
first.
the queen, take there. What we saw, or should I enter this, where I have the more chances? But she had to understand that she has more chances here. Maybe she just saw that everybody has a good bishop, the knight there is nothing, and that it will be a clear draw. It's not a clear draw. I mean, you are first attacking the guy, the knight is bad.
But maybe
She has
this,
small chances here.
maybe this was an error in judgment because she went for the position with queens on the board and she thought that she had more chances.
She has
for
much
a
less
dynamic
chances in what
play.
she had than here. Maybe it's an error of judgment, as Almira says. Here she has small chances. Of course, you put Kramnik with black, it will be draw. But this is. And you see the risk, even if you have a super preparation, the moves for black are always the same. h6, bishop g6, knight c7, knight b8. It's not something unpredictable because when you look at the opening, it's always at some point one of those moves, you know. So it's not like a super move, bishop g6. It was the first I showed you. And when the knight is on e4, bishop g6 is to go f5. When the knight is not there anymore, bishop g6 is also the second idea is to take on c3, and you don't give bishop take f5 attacking the queen. So it's one of those ideas. Those are typical terms on ideas from this opening.
So when you're familiar with those ideas,
You should find.
yes, what you're saying is that all those moves come easy.
Yes. It's not like a super subtle move, bishop g6, like, wow, it's Kasparov level move. No, this is a thematic move.
And
It's a good move, but it's thematic move. It's not like you must be a super player to find it. It's just you do good your homework, you know your line, you know such moves.
And knight c5. She didn't even go for the line with rook e5.
She wants to exchange everything. I mean, the rook endgame is completely low. So she will be disgusted. I mean, she will have. Okay, yesterday game she really missed. She really missed her chance yesterday, because today it's a no game again.
Maybe after the games she didn't realize like how big this chance was, but maybe later during the night she
Compared to
she
what we
couldn't
have
sleep.
today,
No, but she couldn't sleep. Maybe when you're like still.
No, because you are white next game, you have to change my mindset and go for it.
So there is nothing like if bishop
She
c5,
will
rook
make it all.
c5, rook
With
d1.
black, she will not let it go. I can tell you, she will not let it go. What she said yesterday was 1,000 times more difficult than this. It's just toyish. I mean, it's a non-game. Okay.
Okay, so let's have a small break while Maria Muzichuk is thinking, and we will be back with more analysis, of course, and it will be a very important period, of course. We are approaching the time travel, so stay tuned and and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, take care.
I'm here with Anna Muzichuk after her third round draw with the black pieces. Hello, Anna. Could you please talk us through the game?
Hi. Well, today I think it was a normal game. And I believe it was like a long theory, but there are some transpositions, so I think we both tried to remember what's going on. And then, okay, today I was so close to winning as never, because initially she was going to play rook d1 instead of rook c1, and it's losing by bishop before check. And okay, she played, and I couldn't believe my eyes, but then somehow she kept on, hanging her arm over the piece, and I was like, okay, now she noticed, obviously, she moved the rook back, and then she went rook c1, and then, okay, it was like equal, I think. In the end, I was trying to play for a win, but I don't think like I missed something.
Maybe you had a tiny bit of pressure if you go something like bishop e7 instead of g5, maybe.
I don't know. Yes, I thought about different options, and including, of course, bishop e7. Maybe that was better, but yeah. I don't think like it's so much.
Yeah, and even there must not be that much pressure, but still you were having some pressure, I think. So that's still a good sign, right?
I don't know what's a good sign. A good sign is when you win, and not when you're losing in the match. When you're losing in the match, it's not a good sign. But okay.
Okay. Tomorrow you have white in the fourth game of the match, so I guess you will try to get the...
Do you have a choice?
But still, okay. Thank you, Anna. Thanks a lot for your time, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm here with Maria Muzichuk after her third round draw with black pieces. So, hello Maria, how do you feel about today's game? Maybe some missed opportunity?
Yes, I think I got winning chances in the middle game, without the queens, I mean. But I did not manage to convert it. Perhaps there was some better option for me.
Yeah, there seems that the engines say that knight b4 was winning. Did you consider that instead of king e7?
Well, I'm not sure, but it seemed to me logical to play king e7 and to put the king closer to the queenside.
Yeah, the whole point of night before being that you don't have a good way to defend the c3 square, because on a3 you go knight a2 and you have no way to prevent knight c3.
Yes, I was surprised because I knew that I had the obvious advantage. Okay.
Yeah, but you still played very well until the point to reach an advantage with black pieces, so that's positive, right?
Yeah, sure. This game is much better than the previous.
Okay, so tomorrow you have white pieces. I guess you also, just like your sister, you have to win to even the score. How are you feeling about tomorrow?
It's good that I play white, so I'm ready for the fight, and we will see.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Maria, and good luck. Good luck.
Palestar.
Welcome back from Monaco. Here are your trulies, Igor Nataf, Grandmaster, and Almira Skripchenko, Grandmaster as well. And we are from Monaco, following the women's candidates quarterfinal, the first leg of the quarterfinal, because the second leg will be held in Uzbekistan later this month, yeah? Okay, and today is the first and last game, classical game of their match, because the format changed since last cycle, and now there is no more candidate tournament, but there are candidate matches. So there are 4 matches, and we have the 2 first matches, which are here in Monaco, between Anna Muzishuk and Humpi Konero from India, and Anna Muzishuk is from Ukraine, and her sister Maria Muzishuk, also from Ukraine, against Lei Tingye from China. And at the moment, the 2 Muzishuk sisters are behind by the score. So Lei Tingye leads the match with 2-1, and Humpi Konero, who won also the first game, leads her match against Anna Muzishuk 2-1. So here it's the last classical game. Both Muzishuk sisters are obliged to win today. So let's see what's going on. We have this game between Anna Muzishuk against Humpi Konero. It's a very, very interesting position. White has a lot of chances.
And it's becoming wild.
It's becoming wild. Okay, soon, still they have a lot of time, but the position is very promising for a big attack. Just very fast, I show the other game. The other game, on the other hand, is almost a clear draw. I mean, she had a promising opening. She found some very interesting conception. But the problem is that as soon as she had to find a move by herself when the preparation was over, she immediately went wrong. And then the position just liquidates by itself, and there were many trades, and now we got this position, which is quite drawish. I mean.
You know, sometimes we use this expression that the player cracked under pressure when we analyze a lot of complicated positions, but you can also crack under pressure in a very simple position when you force that many exchanges. So that's exactly what happened. She didn't go for.
Well, the point is that she has to win with white, so a draw is clearly not possible, and now there are no more pieces. I mean, this is not a blitz, so I don't see how she will try to win this. Rook c4 will come, and rook d8. I mean, just.
So rook c4, rook a d1, and rook d8.
That's
yes.
It. This one. Of course, you will not allow queen takes c4, so you play rook d8. And there is nothing here.
Well,
she will try. I mean, rook e3, rook g3, things like this, but it's not a serious try. I mean, this is just drawish. At least it will be very easy to defend for the Chinese player. So unfortunately, there are big risks that Maria gets can't do more than a draw and gets eliminated. So.
Igor, before you switch to the other game, I wanted to say that rook c4 is actually a very important move, even though it's a very nice square, because the only idea for white to play for a win here would be to play f4, f5.
Also, there are queen d4 and rook e3, g3
yes.
Targeting g7.
But if you will manage to play f4 and f5, so this rook c4 is a very good positional move, but it also stops
f4, but it also stops queen d4. It stops both.
So both moves.
Yeah. Because there are 2 ways. What Almira wants to say is that there are 2 ways in those positions to press, is to bring this pawn here. But also me, I tell that it's also to attack this square on g7 by queen d4, rook e3, rook g3. But with rook c4, both moves are over.
Could she start then with rook a d1 here, and you could play b3 then? No, before.
They play, it's the game.
No, but I mean, let's say before the move, the previous move here. Rook d1 first.
Ah, but she will play rook d8, no? The same.
It's a bit more flexible, but then let's say you can play b3. That's what I was thinking, or at least f4.
Okay.
Maybe.
d4 now.
Okay, let's start with f4 first. No, not b3. I like f4. My initial idea.
Good g6, typical.
Okay, what is the difference now if I can I double now? No, triple. So rook e2, rook d2.
Now I go here.
g4, rook d2, and you play rook d5. Yes, and that's how are you going to hold this?
I will not hold. Just. I don't let you queen e4. So
Okay, I
will go
understand.
queen e2. Now I will start to trade one rook. And you understand that without a rook, already this f5 and such things, it loses a lot of power.
But maybe rook d1 was more flexible because once again, b4 is very direct.
Well, in general, after bishop e3, I have a strong disbelief in the position for white.
But it forces you to make the best move in the position, b4, rook c4.
Yeah, but this is the problem of entering such lines with white, is that you cannot mistake a single move. I mean, everything is forced, and you have to find all the time the best way, like bishop b5, and there can be a lot of trades. This is the problem. Because there is a lot of tension here, and potentially a lot of trades, which happened in the game. That's why I didn't like the idea to enter such a thing. For this game today. I mean. Okay, they stopped, they stopped exactly here. Yeah, there is nothing. I mean, she played h3, there will be h6, and that's over. Let's switch to Anna Musishuk game against Humpi Konero.
And we analyzed almost the same variation. We were analyzing knight g7.
Me, I was saying to Almira here knight g7, because I remember like 1 hour ago, I said in this position there are two options. Either you go bishop f1 to make the queen pass, and I think we were very right in what we said, and she understood it, that by attracting bishop on b7, you make black get an active bishop, but they don't need an active bishop in this position because they are under attack. They need a defensive bishop. So it's wrong to play for activity. Here you will not have any activity, you just have a bishop less to protect things on this diagonal.
So d4 is a pseudo-active move.
So I think that their last move here, when she played bishop b7, I didn't like here, here somewhere. Here you had to play something else. Bishop d2, I didn't like bishop b7 here. I don't know what was better, rook b8 or something. But I like to maybe let a bit. But I don't like to let knight f5 anyway. I will not say again, but bishop g4 is the second idea. And I told you that, I didn't want to play. There was knight d4 in one line, yeah?
Yes, we couldn't play bishop f1 and queen g4 because of knight d4.
Yeah, that's
it.
it.
The defensive.
So that's why we started with queen f3, is in the other line. Okay. Bishop g4 has another idea that we probably will see now. My first idea when I spoke with Almira, I don't know if it was in this position, it was h6, g6, knight g7. That's why I have put my bishop here. Because now I wanted to get access to the. I think it was not exactly the same position. It was similar, but my idea.
The pawn was on d5 still, but we were analyzing bishop g5 here, like with similar ideas.
Yeah, maybe now with the pawn on d4 there are some differences. Maybe here she's not forced to take. I don't know. Is she?
No, you're not forced. Of course, maybe you can keep your bishop.
Maybe you
bishop
can play
b7.
just there. I don't know.
But then you
to
should.
prevent bishop g5.
If knight d6, then you take and then you protect this pawn with bishop d5.
Exactly.
Yes. And you open the f file as
If
well.
you take there, it's not so easy to maybe queen c1 to go here.
No, rook
f8.
f8, yes. It's an important.
And this. Queen d8.
option.
You don't give squares, in fact, you see. And now the pawns may be weak later in the endgame. The bishop is very strong, there is no attack forward.
Well, when you open the F file, that's why I mentioned it, it's a different position.
So
you
she's
have to be
looking for
careful.
knight g7, but she understands that bishop takes g7, king g7 will not come. So she may refrain from playing it.
But can she go for another plan, knight g3, knight e4, and...
Maybe this is better and get the bishop
Yes,
here.
get the bishop, yes.
Maybe this is what she has to do.
Let's say make a move, make some move. I don't know what is...
b5, let's say.
Let's say b5, and then I wanted to play knight e4.
Maybe bishop g5 first.
But bishop g5, bishop
The
b7.
bishop is not that good. I mean.
But bishop b7, then what is happening here?
Can I play check?
You want to exchange the bishop and
And the
f6.
king has a problem in many endgames. Okay, let's say you play rook c8 or whatever. Oh, now I can take
No, but
on
now
e6.
yes, I can take
No, you
on
have
e6,
to play
of
rook
course,
e8
or
or
bishop
bishop
d5. Yes. But
Let's
then
say
I
bishop
can play
d5.
knight e4.
Ah,
This is...
I'm threatening to take already.
Yes. Mhm.
So you play what? Rook c8.
But knight
Knight
g5.
is coming.
yes.
Yeah, no, you cannot. You have to move here, let's say.
Okay. We can take and maybe play knight g5.
Something like
Yes,
this.
I wanted to take and play knight g5,
And
but
move like this maybe.
and b4 also is a very
To
nice
break
idea.
the- Now here there are chances. I mean, always back rank mates. Okay, but maybe she will think that she blocks any entry point as well. So it's the drawback.
I'm not sure, because with this, like almost every endgame you have is lost.
She played knight g3. You see, she understood. She understood that knight g7 is unlikely.
It's a very good move, but it's a very good practical decision. She for
Okay,
the
nothing
moment-
is done. Huh? Black
Yes.
is very solid. She has still all the pieces. I mean, thing is done. But she's playing on the right way.
She keeps the pieces on the board, and well, you can feel the
I
pressure.
clearly prefer this line she chose, Anna, than the line of her sister, huh? Which is too forceful, which is not adapted for the situation match.
So what can we suggest here for black? And 25 minutes left for Hampi Kuneri in a very complicated position.
b5 you want to play,
But b5,
it's
it's a responsible move,
it's
because
irresponsible.
b4 will come in certain positions, and the pawn on c5 is becoming vulnerable. So you have to be
Sometimes
careful.
even b4 and I mean bishop a5 also sometimes.
To be honest, here I feel that
You have to wait rook c8 or something.
no, the more position, you shouldn't play b5 but a5 in these positions. But if you can keep control over the light squares, then you should
Yeah, but a5,
play
be
a5 and
careful.
d3 then.
Yeah, but
And
but
then
d3
knight
I will never
g7, knight
take. I will play
d5.
something like c3.
No, but of course. But I feel that sometimes
Maybe
you have to
c4.
play a5. If you cannot bring this knight on c4 and like do not establish the control over the white squares, because I had this position so many times with white, because a5, first of all, one of your ideas will be to play rook c8 and c4 yourself. So if you a5 now, I believe that there is an immediate bishop e2, and you might be under pressure as well. But this move should be taken into consideration. So what to do here? Can we play bishop d5 and then queen c6? Maybe to put the bishop
Let's
first.
c4. Whoa.
So she went for the pawn sacrifice.
Of course you take.
Yes.
What she wants, queen c6, bishop f3.
No, rook c8. You take and rook c8.
Then what? Should I play bishop e2 or should I?
No, we should have a
Attack
look at this
b6 or-
position. Yes, bishop takes,
Okay.
b takes c4.
You must do it.
And rook
Okay, she will
c8, I
play rook
think.
c8. Okay, queen e2. I like to extract. Now what? Can you play d3 here? You take, take.
Bishop e3, no? But as you can see, even this is not the end of your troubles. Like with this king on h8 and the pawn on h6, if you will manage to keep it, all the endgames will be very difficult to
We
defend.
cannot take on c4 due to bishop e2.
So what can we do here?
Bishop
But even
g5.
here we can play bishop g5. Yes, that was one of our
And if
ideas.
bishop e7, we do what?
But you played bishop f6 in the other
Yeah,
line.
but there was no
Yes,
d4.
of course.
It's
Maybe,
the same.
maybe we can take and play knight e4. Let's see. And if you take bishop b7 and you play knight e4, this is then. Well, your knight cannot move, of course. So try, Igor. Maybe bishop b7
Queen e7.
and knight e4. This is not enough.
You have to take, I guess. Rook c4.
Okay, but now your rook, is so vulnerable. So I thought that maybe I could try c3 at some
My what?
point.
My rook is vulnerable.
On c4. So if I have some,
Yeah, but
sometimes
you have also
c3 is-
vulnerable, but c2, be careful.
Yes.
Huh? It's also maybe very strong.
No, but I wanted to try c3 here. I had this crazy idea, but I was not sure it works.
No, what means Almira is that in any kind of position when it opens, you have to watch out for your king on h8 due to this pawn on h6. So yeah, she wants to try things like this, but the problem is dc, no? No dc,
Oh, I forgot about it.
maybe it doesn't work.
But what happens, because...
You take.
Yes,
You're
I can
lucky.
take. Yes,
I
I'm
will
like,
take.
okay, this is one of the moments. No, but I haven't. I only was calculating
Queen
like
g5.
rook c3.
Okay, there are things like this. It's not that easy. Practically, you understand that rook c8 is coming, some counterplay is coming, so you are wondering how you will cope with this counterplay. If you will play queen e2, if you will play more bishop g5 f6 or bishop g5 take e7. There's a lot of choice for Anna, so it's a bit time consuming. It takes energy a bit. She took on c4, yeah, okay. Take on c4 is mandatory. Now she will probably play rook c8, which is a human move. I mean, computer doesn't offer it, but we feel rook c8. It's coming.
But also from the human perspective, I like the move c4 because it changes the character of the game. Once again, she wants to impose her will. She doesn't want to defend, like an inferior position. She's looking for initiative. She opened all the diagonals. She sacrificed the pawn, and psychologically, Anna has to adapt to a new situation. She is no longer attacking. She
Yeah,
has
because
to
the
find.
point is that we had almost an attack without any counterplay. So this she doesn't want. She wants at least something on the other flank.
But why the computer doesn't like the move rook
Yeah,
c8?
computer first rook b8 here. Come on.
What?
He offers rugby 8. Yeah, who will play rugby 8? I mean,
No, but
student of mine plays rugby 8. I fire him.
But have you seen this very surprising article which was published
Yes,
by,
yes.
yeah, first of all, by Norwegian journalists, and they explained that they managed to pass through the security with a few
There
devices.
is a very nice article on chessbase.com site, chessbase.com, where the Norwegian TV, I think, they tried a test to put a lot of devices, cheating devices on themselves, and to go through the security at the Fischer Random World
Yes.
Championship with Carlsen,
In Reykjavik.
Nepomniachtchi, and in Reykjavik. And a lot of, okay, of course, with their detector, they saw a lot of devices, but half of the devices were not
Undetected.
undetected, especially a very small here button that was inside the here, and they didn't detect when it was working. So there is a problem. Because especially here button, it can make a lot of damage.
So why I thought about this, like it's when if your student plays rugby 8 in this position, it makes me think that, he's not alone.
Maybe I should immediately fire him, just because it doesn't, not because he doesn't understand anything, because it may be risky. It happened actually to Avruk once, I remember. He had a very, very talented student. And the guy went from 2000, young student, from America, a bit American, Indian American. I will not say the name, but the student went from 2000, I think, to 2450 in one. But it's young. For young players, it's possible. Then he was caught in some cheating scandal, I think, maybe in real life, I don't know. Then I spoke with him, he didn't know what to do. He said, should I cover him? And I said, no. If the guy bullshits, you cannot guarantee that. Did you see him? Do you know him in real life? No, only by internet. I said, of course you don't protect him, you don't say anything, and it's not your business. If the guy is not correct, you will not say put your name when you don't know the guy. And
But this is an existential threat for all of us, and the Norwegian television.
So about your question, if he plays rugby 8, I will fire him, and I will not protect because I see the problems coming.
Oh, what I wanted to say
You
that
see, she played rook c8.
Of
Human
course.
move that computer doesn't offer, of course. We don't need 10 computers to understand that here rook c8 she will play. It's normal move for human.
no, just finished the story about the article. I think that was very important that the Norwegian journalists try and demonstrate that it is possible. And so then we need to deal with this, of course.
No, it's good. It's good. No, what I would have liked is that they do it in St. Louis, where they increased a lot the budget for anti-cheating. This would mean something. But what they did at Reykjavik, it's about dealing with the normal security. So, I think we have a guest, yeah? The boss, Monaco boss is there.
We have to plan.
Monaco boss or Monaco chess club boss? So our friend Jean-Michel Rapper, who is the organizer of the whole event and the famous big boss of Monaco chess club and a friend for 30 years around. So he's there, and he will tell us a few words. So I will leaving my chair in some minutes. I have to wait a signal, so okay. I go.
Yes, so let's make a small break, and we will be back. Just stay with us in a few seconds, just to change the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And here I am with a very special guest, Jean-Michel Repère. So I was telling you that we have a lot of sponsors without whom anything could happen here, like Société de Bonne Mère, but anything couldn't happen here without this man, Jean-Michel Repère, who organized almost every event in Monaco, and chess is his passion.
Yes, correct.
So it's correct. So Jean-Michel, please tell me a little bit about the Monaco Chess Club. We have seen that there are so many relics here, a lot of trophies, and tell us about, well, your passion.
My passion. And first, if we have this place in Monaco, c'est grâce à vous.
No.
Yes, because when you won the European Club Cup in 2007, so Prince Albert was so happy, and now it was very difficult to stay in one place in Monaco. So now we have this small place, but it's cost nothing. So it's very important. So and what can I say? We won 8 times the European Club Cup, and we participate also in a French league. We won 2 times top 16, and 1 time the Women League in 2019. And we try to push women and also kids.
Yes, it's very important to develop youth competitions, of course, but please tell me, how do you manage to convince everyone, to promote and to help, chess?
I think I am better for this negotiation than I am for chess. Never resign.
Okay, so it's a very important lesson. Please have this in mind. So never resign, and you have to be very convincing, I think.
And it's necessary to have a dream. No dream, no. So you must dream. So we must think what we can do.
So what is the next step? I guess you have another dream, I think, after the candidates tournament.
Okay, we have a Women European Club Cup in Monaco, or a final candidate match, or a World Championship, or to organize a big chess event for kids or for blind player. No, we have many. We are very lucky. By example, Société de Bonne Mère, we have agreements with them, and we can organize once by year one event. So it's when you organize a chess event, players, arbiters, guests are very happy to stay in Monte Carlo Hotel Hermitage. For the moment, I don't know someone who is not who is unhappy to stay in Hermitage. And we organize many events, like Small Nation tournament, and we organize also in the past woman final candidate match, World Championship match also. And we organize also for time to time a kid tournament. And I think last amazing for chess event, it was as a woman gala, and you do the simul with Pierre Kramling, and the Prince Albert gives a first move on a 32 board for all was kid, and it was amazing for kid.
Of course, it was also a unique opportunity for the players, because Prince Albert, he awarded a trophy for the career. Pierre Kramling was present, and it was a unique opportunity for us to meet him. But what I wanted to tell you is that you cannot even imagine how much Jean-Michel loves chess. It's that, well, I've been a captain for the Monaco Chess Club for more than 15 years already, and all these players, Anna Muzichuk, Hampi Konero, Maria Muzichuk, Alexandra Goryachkin, Alexandra Kostyanyuk, they're playing the candidates, but they've played under my guidance for many years and a few times. So the story that I wanted to tell you, that Jean-Michel wants to know like how it goes. So he was the captain for the first year, so he wanted to see. And then, like after the second year, I told him, "You cannot come into the plane hall like before the end of the time travel because you're too nervous. I will keep an eye on my players, and this is so." But he was like circling around the boards for many hours because he enjoys the game very much. So how do you feel during those moments?
Time to time, I find solution to play in open section European Club Cup. But
so that's the only way to keep you away from the boards, yes?
For my elo, it's not a good solution, but to spend time, it's not to get a look on the board, on your board, it's better.
And does your family support you for so many years?
Yes, okay, it's a passion, but you can get a look on here. I ask to each delegation when we participate to French Youth Championship, European World Youth Championship, or World Youth Championship or Olympiad, to take a poster. And after you have a collection since 32 years and even more.
So how many posters do you have?
I don't know. I don't know. But we have place on the scene.
Yes, I hopefully that Andrea will make a few pictures for the second article so she can show all the treasures, because there are so many relics, so many rare chess trophies and pieces.
Yes. And
so
it was a chessboard from Mr. Van Oosterloo. And there is many. Okay. And but time to time, when we are playing in a French league, I am very happy when a player of opponent team try to take a photo. Yeah, I am very proud about this. Stupid, but very happy.
So, Jean-Michel, it will be a test for you for 2-3 minutes. Okay, I did my part as a journalist, but now you will do your part as a commentator. So let's have a look at the board, because the game is about to get very sharp.
I understand now it's a very hot position, not only on chessboard, but also with a spotlight. It's very hot.
So now you understand how difficult it is, yes, to sit here for hours?
Very hard job. Wow.
Please have a look at the position. This is the game between Anna Muzachuk and Hampi Koneru. Hampi is getting very low on time. She has only 15 minutes left, but just at the first glance, do you like there are a lot of attacking possibilities for Anna here. What do you think? Can she level the score today and force the tie breaks?
Okay, we see yesterday Maria have a very good position, but okay, and I think if you get a look on computer, okay, she is +2, but after it's not easy to. Okay, she has a very point age. Of course, we can see only by looking white is better.
Mm-hmm.
But after better and to win is different.
Of course. So Anna just played rook b1. Sorry, I think that's what I said to Igor, that at the end of this commentary I will speak some sort of Franglish. I don't know, it will not be English anymore. So
but
rook
yeah,
b1
we
was
can
played.
be when we follow the match, the tournament match. Sure, there is no cheating here.
Yes, but of course. We were we were talking about this with Igor, but also we forgot to mention, but we have a fair play officer here, and she takes all the possible measures, to ensure that the players are taking part in these competitions in a very secure environment. But here,
yes, but it's a pity what happened for. Même en français, c'est difficile de trouver les mots. Tous ces trucs de triche.
Yes, but of course, this is a very important problem, existential problem, as Magnus Carlsen said himself, and but we can not avoid it. We have to deal with this. I think it's important that we understand how to secure those conditions for players and to have tournaments, traditional tournaments, in a very fair environment.
And what is the idea? Is it to try to have the knight in f6?
Of course, she played knight g3 with the idea of playing knight d4, knight and now I have to play the Igor, so it's knight f4 and knight f6. But Hampi sacrificed the pawn, so Anna didn't protect it, and she played rook b1, and she attacked the b6 pawn. So she says, okay, you can take it on c4, but I will take on b6, and we'll create additional threats. So this is also very important. And as you can see, Hampi is facing a lot of difficulties because she still didn't make a move, and she has only 12 minutes left. It's not so easy to make a move. Like rook c4 is very natural here, so let's see. Rook c4, and then I will simply reply by playing rook b6. And I keep all my threats. I don't know if there is anything else which was possible. Then I can fix this pawn by playing a5 as well, and then bishop e2. I can transfer my bishop to another diagonal. So Hampi Konare is under a lot of pressure here. So what's happening? What is happening? And the other game is actually it's a very quiet affair. We were not sure if Maria will manage to
and
have a small
the body language of a player. With the body language of the player.
Well, the body language speaks for itself. Let's have a look at the player. Hampi is very worried. I know my player, so she's in trouble. And she has to make a lot of moves before the time trouble. Yes, these images are so powerful. Anna is focused. She knows that she needs to win this game anyway. So
yes, that's Maria too.
Anna has a much better position.
Yes.
Of course. So.
Must win.
Okay, Jean-Michel, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the sponsors, and then we will switch back to Igor, because it's a very important moment of the broadcast, because the time trouble is here.
Okay, and so we are very happy. Société des Benmer and the Hotel Hermitage give so nice room, playing room. And also they give a gift card for your lunch and dinner. I don't ask about your breakfast.
Well, I'm never there. So, of course, players, they're staying in, as you know, in a very nice hotel, and it's a historic venue, of course, so for so many chess tournaments. And, thank you for such a support.
And now it's time to Igor to continue.
Yes, we will make a switch once again. We will announce a small break in a minute, and we will be back. Welcome back to the Women's Candidates Tournament, and without further ado, we are going back to the games, Igor.
Yeah, I see that you are in a hurry to
Of
see
course.
back the...
No, but there
Hello
is
everybody, I am back. I was at the bar nearby.
no, but there is a huge time trouble for Hampi Kuneru. We need to get the
yes.
board on
Let's
our
see, let's
screens,
see.
of course, and she still didn't make a move after Rook B1.
Okay, so it's where we left more or less the game before, right?
Of course, no.
So C4, she played her pawn sack. He took Rook C8, and she decided not to defend it with Queen E2. She went Rook B1 instead.
Okay, a few moves appeared.
Okay, a few
on the
moves.
board.
Of course, the most obvious move is to take on C4. Let's see first what's going on there. So Rook B6. Now what?
And Bishop C5 was played, I think.
Ah, this was the game
Yes,
actually.
mhm,
Okay.
just happened.
So while I was speaking, she decided finally to take on B6, Bishop C5. Okay, this is what I would look at first. Now what?
Okay, you move your rook back.
Why Rook like B7 sometimes?
Ah, immediately, you want to sacrifice immediately, okay, but then, Rook B7 and Knight E4.
Then Queen F3. I mean, I am completely quiet on the white squares. This is not a stupid move at all. I mean.
But what I considered is to play Rook B1 and then Bishop F3, not to sacrifice an exchange the bishops and then Knight E4,
No,
Knight F6.
the only thing is that it's a bit, it depends, because if you are completely winning whatever you do, should you give material? That's the main question to me. Let's say if you go Rook B3 or Rook B1.
Yeah,
Why Rook B1? Rook B3 looks better.
you like Rook B3?
Yeah, at
okay.
least it can make a lift. Rook B3, you mean you're under Bishop D5? Or?
But then I can, or should I exchange and unpin you? Maybe Rook B1 is more flexible.
Okay, let's see. Any move. Let's see what they want next. What are we threatening actually? Knight E4?
Knight E4, or I wanted to play Bishop F3 and exchange this bishop. It was maybe not such a sound idea, but
Okay,
I
let's
wanted
say
to
I
try.
make the one who doesn't understand anything. I take on A4. What?
Okay, can I play... my Bishop F3 doesn't work here?
No, and the more I look, the more I like my Rook take B7, I have to tell you.
Okay, but
Because
let's try Bishop F3. What do you do after
I
you
take.
cannot take, but no, but Queen F3 and then Rook B7 is coming, and Knight E4, Knight F6.
That's true.
That
Okay,
was
then
my idea.
then I will play here.
Let's just show it.
Yeah,
the board.
because in fact I activate your Rook,
Yes.
your Queen, I mean, and then the Rook B7 is coming.
Mhm.
This is too dangerous. I mean, Queen F6 is coming, Rook B7 is coming. So you have to do this in a more subtle way. Bishop D5. So you don't let Queen F3, in fact.
But now can I take on D5
And Knight
and play
E4.
Knight E4?
Because now you see you don't have access to F3.
But you cannot take on on E5, so this is the only moment where I can probably... This is becoming very messy, so D3 probably. And what to do here? I don't want to take on D3, this is... But what happens again? Knight C3, you have this D takes C2 probably, yes?
What? It's Rook take E4 the idea or what? You cannot take due to Queen take D2 and this I have Queen take. Is it serious or?
I don't know, I missed already Knight C3, so I was looking at a few
And if
lines.
Rook E2, now something Knight F4, which can be quite nasty, I mean. No. The more I look, the more I want to take.
So Bishop C5 first?
Yeah, the more I want to take. Let's see, if I take, this is... can I go Knight E4 or something? But then Bishop E7, yes?
Yes.
Queen F3.
But Queen f3, what is the threat? Maybe I can...
Take f7.
Well, this is a very simple one. You can,
Simply rook f8, as simple as that.
Yes, just not king g8, of course, knight f6. Maybe we should show it as well. Just in case.
If this, in fact, I have a discover check. So I check here, you have to take, and I take your queen. But rook f8 may be a problem. And then do I have something here? Because I cannot go with bishop g5. Maybe I have nothing here as well.
And you have to unpin the knight. You cannot jump on f6.
No, I think objectively the best move, if rook b7 doesn't do anything, rook b3 should be maybe the...
They like rook b1, so it shouldn't be under attack.
No, but on b3 you're more active at least. What? Can you take the same here? I think not now. Now you go there, let's say. Bishop e7. She has to look for things here. Check.
You need to open, yes, a few lines. So was I forced? Okay, and now bishop d5. You see it? Maybe this changes something.
Now you take there, let's say.
Bishop takes.
And the same, I mean, this is dangerous due to black's king having problems on the last rank. So, can you go rook d3, or should you keep rook active here, let's say? Knight may come. This is quite unpleasant, actually.
And knight e4. You can even sacrifice on e6 and play knight e4, knight g5, yes? At some point. It will be very dangerous.
This is quite unpleasant. What you will do? You want to trade, but you will not have time, I guess.
But I think we have one more move on the board.
Rook
And she
b3.
played rook b3. Okay, so...
Yeah, rook b7 is attractive, but maybe she has enough defense with bishop e7 and this. So rook b3, it's more active than on b1. I mean, the rook may participate. On b1, you have enough power on b1. How is the other game?
So that's the position. Still about equal. 3-3.
Queen e4. No, but this is, she will never win this with white.
With queen e4, you have to exchange probably. Queen d5. You shouldn't allow f4, f5, of course. So you mean this is enough? Yes. Okay.
She will make a draw. But you see, this is what I was afraid from the start. Huh? Unfortunately, it happened. Okay, only this game is a real challenge. I mean, she played rook rook what? It's she played bishop e7. Huh? How should we continue? Very interesting practical move here is a5. You don't give anything. Yeah, she was afraid of our bishop. We explain again. She played bishop e7 because in case of rook take a4, we had this move, which could be quite unpleasant to open lines, you know. Check, you have to take. Okay, maybe king g8 as well, but king g8 starts to be under knight take, knight h5, you know, sacrifices. So, okay, so take, and this is very unpleasant, we saw with Almira, so probably Umpi didn't like it and played bishop e7 here, so no bishop g5. Now maybe you can play just a5 here. You keep your pawn, and then next move you go your bishop f3.
Yeah, this is the move I mentioned with Jean
Or
Michel.
should you play for the tempo here? Because the only problem of a5 is that it costs a tempo. Maybe you can hope for more right now. But she has more.
But why don't you like my move, bishop f3? Like I've been...
No, maybe it's better. Okay, bishop
Trying
f3.
it
Now
all
let's
the
say you
time.
go bishop d5 again.
Well, but now the thing is, when you exchange those bishops, a5 is becoming more powerful because, well, a6 is a clear target, and knight e4 is possible. So try something like
a5
take,
now, maybe
yes,
a5 now.
a5 now, yes. What do you do here?
Bishop g5. You know, I have to draw, so I trade pieces.
Yes, but now I can maybe take on d5 and play knight e4 with it. Ah, you will take, okay, so just what to do, how to do it. How can I play rook b6 and rook a6?
Maybe things like this, actually.
Okay, take on g5 then. Ah, no, okay, then my pawn will hang. And if I will take on d5 now.
Queen take.
Yes, no, that's I don't like because my pawn is hanging on a5. So what can we do? Can we try another variation? Just a second. Can we take on d5 first?
Can you play knight e4 here?
Ah, knight e4 immediately.
I am not against opposite color bishops as well sometimes, because with your king, you're in big danger. If there are lines where I have opposite color bishops, I will enter them. Let's say you take. Take with
Bishop
the bishop.
takes.
Yeah. Now I'm threatening rook b7. Okay, you would like to play knight c5, but first you have to get rid of this guy. Can you enter knight c5 now? We just don't care, yeah? Queen
Yes, there
g5.
is mate.
The problem is that you don't have queen e6 due to queen d8 check. So this is
And
quite serious, actually.
King g8, queen f6, you are forced
And
to...
rook b7.
Yes, you are forced to play knight e6.
If you don't have knight c5, it's another story. You are forced to go something like this. Now I will play rook b6. This is hugely unpleasant. You are a pawn down and suffering like hell. No, this is very strong. Probably in this position, bishop f3. I don't know which order, I mean, bishop f3 or a5, but in general, something like this. Bishop f3. She doesn't want, in general, to take on f3 because it activates my queen, unless they can take on c2. I don't know, but f7 is also hanging. I don't know. Rook b7, queen f7.
Yes, maybe we...
But the point is that if she plays bishop d5, we will look bishop take f3 and rook c2. But if she plays this, we want a5 here. And we want something like, like a bishop, like knight e4 here. Take, and there is no knight c5 due to queen g5. And this position in general is usually unpleasant because rook b6 is coming, we are a pawn up, we are just much better. The bishop is very strong. And the pawn on h6 restricts everything, gives back on rank mate, so... of course, we have to look here when we play bishop f3 if she can just take there and take on c2 or on a4. I mean, if there is problems, if there are problems here.
So rook
Rook
c2
takes
first.
c2, let's say.
I was hoping to play rook b7.
Rook b7 first, because if this rook f8,
Rook
yeah,
f8, yes.
wins the queen.
You,
So,
you lose immediately.
so rook b7 first. Now can you come back, let's say, or queen e8?
But now if you play rook c7, the difference is then I can take on f7. Because your knight is no longer protected.
Yeah, but my queen. You mean first you take?
Yes, first I take, yes.
And after
and
here,
now
Almira
queen
says
f7.
that this, because now the knight is not longer protected by the queen. Yeah, but probably here I was more wondering at first what was this.
And now knight e4. Okay, we sacrificed the pawn, but we
We
activated...
gave back the pawn. No, we didn't sacrifice.
we gave back.
We
Okay.
just have
yes.
equal pawns.
Of course, I forgot. But then it's totally fine. Of course, I was thinking that we're...
Okay, let's say 2-3 moves more. Let's say here. Knight d6 will come on. You will open the e line. Okay, the bishop is hanging.
But the
so
bishop is hanging. Wait a second. Take.
then what? Check.
Ah,
first.
queen f6, of course. And you take.
Take, and then what? Rook e6, yeah? Rook e6 is totally winning, and then queen g7 mate. Whenever you in fact, you want to offer something on f6 or on d6 to open this file. Once you open this file, it's almost over. Okay, still I don't know if bishop f3, because bishop f3 is a responsible move because you give c2, you give a4. Maybe you can start with some a5, not committal, and then bishop f3 next. So you have to check. Maybe she can also come back there. I mean. And after bishop f3, it's always the same story that c2 is suppressed. You have to take, let's say.
But then knight f6 is coming with check all the
Yeah,
time,
maybe.
so knight d4 here, I like it.
Let's say now I play d3.
Okay, what to do here? Knight
Some
f6 is
moves
not
there, or-
working. No, of course.
Maybe knight d6.
Knight d6, what happens if I take?
Rook d3 I wanted.
Ah, okay. Then knight d6, bishop d6, rook d3.
Knight d6 is to cut the defense of d3. Well, it's not that trivial because all the time you would need bishop f3 and then you give c2, let's say. So you have to calculate because it's very easy at analysis to send ideas, but at the board you must not mistake because otherwise your qualification is gone and the match is over.
Especially in this game where she needs to level the score, and yesterday we saw that Maria had like a completely winning position, but she missed a very nice tactical idea, so she made a draw. And of course it's very difficult to make those moves under such pressure.
Okay, so some moves have been played,
And
bishop
the-
e7 has been played.
The main arbiter sent me a message telling me that, well, it depends, of course, of the result of the game, but they will make the drawing of lots if needed right after the game, so we will know the colors, just in case if there is a tie break or...
So if the tie break, tomorrow we know the colors, yeah?
Yes,
just
we
after
will-
the game.
Yes, we will know it's in advance.
Okay, she went knight e4 immediately. Okay, she has to take, huh? Okay, let's see what's happening if I ignore it and I take, let's say, on a4. She wants to do what I told you. I mean, to open this
You
file
open
is
the
the key.
process.
I mean, for the bishops, you need to open the position. The dark squares are very weak, so if he plays this, it unlights the problem of the dark square. Especially you cannot take there because bishop on b7 is hanging by the rook. This is terrible. So she's hoping for knight d6. So I think knight d6 here, no way you accept this, you have to
Bishop
take.
e4, rook e4.
Rook e4, and now what?
So let's say you take on a4 and we will see what is the threat.
Maybe I will also think first about the threat. Okay, let's take. Let's say I take with the rook.
So
Queen f3, I suppose, now that you don't attack.
and king g8.
Let's say king g8, because no more knight f6 check or knight d6. How do I continue here? Maybe I should play rook e1 to try to come rook b7, or to try to come here and to target the back rank. Probably one day we will have to play 4f5 if we manage. Queen d5. You have to take, rook b7, bishop f8, let's say. Well, there is nothing so simple, huh? Rook b6 maybe to take. Okay, still pressure, but it's not so simple, but of course pressure.
I think there was a move. Ah, she took on a4.
No, she has to take, it's mandatory.
No, but there are,
It's mandatory.
it's already on
And
the
now
board.
queen c6, that's on the board. So now the question is, will you go after the d4 pawn with a move like queen, bishop e6, queen e6, rook d3, or will you keep the bishop pair with bishop f3, but you give a4? You don't want too much to give the bishop pair. so
You mean
easily.
bishop f3, you force queen a4,
Yeah, maybe.
because rook d4 is the threat. If you take rook c2, then I can probably take rook d4. Okay, so
Can you? Knight d4, Bishop c6,
Yes.
d2. Ah, queen
Mate,
d2.
mate, the queen d2, knight f3, I'll take, and then rook
Mate,
d8
yeah,
check.
yes.
Okay, we can show it like for
Yeah, but
pleasure.
rook d8 check, I have rook d8, no back.
Do you?
Yes.
Oh,
I was checking this.
This is the line.
No, it's probably losing somewhere, but with our brain, we were looking at this. Of course, you will not take on d2, I guess.
Yeah, maybe I still have like queen g4 or
Queen
something.
d2 works, yeah? Check. You win this? Because we were playing for the mate, but of course there is not only the mate, there is also rook b7. Mate there is not, because rook d8, I was very proud, but this I am a bit annoyed.
Yes, so
Especially your pawn down here, no chance, okay. Okay, let's see the position. So, queen c6.
I think bishop f3 is very human, because the other line that you suggested is to take on e6 and to play rook
It's
d3.
computer like queen take a4. Yeah, but now you have to see the second move, because very nice, you give your pawn.
Well.
Now what?
I have no idea.
Rook b7, I mean... b7...
But then you have rook c7, rook d7, everything.
Bishop
So rook
g5,
d7
I mean.
maybe.
Careful, huh? Or maybe here you will win, bishop g4.
No, but I wanted to, rook d7, let's protect a few pieces.
It's not so simple. Knight on e6 is a good blockade, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that bishop f3 is so easy.
What I don't like is your rook is stuck on e4, so you need to bring it into play. You have to reactivate this rook. Probably you have to bring it back like rook e1, queen somewhere, rook e1.
At the moment there is rook takes c2 or something on a4.
I propose a fine for you, like if you yawn, then you have to do something on the show.
It's queen c6, what?
Okay, let's try another move. Bishop b6, you said, and then rook d3. Maybe you should play positionally here because your rook on e4. Bishop b6, queen e4, bishop c4. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm calculating.
Yes, but you have to calculate on the board so the viewers can see it.
You mean by speaking?
Yes. No, but you should put, of course, the moves on the board.
You mean
yes.
bishop e6, so? Queen e6?
Queen e6, rook
Rook
d3.
d3. This is difficult, huh? This is not intuitive at all.
No.
No, this she will not play for sure. Forget. It's not easy. His knight on knight e4 I don't like. Me, I would have exchanged bishops. Because you have to have the knight to fight this knight. Okay, she thought she can fight like this, but you don't fight this knight by bishop take e6. You fight this knight by knight d6 or knight f6. This is the problem.
But can you start with rook e1 then?
Rook c2.
Yes, and
I mean here.
no, rook e1, rook
Rook
c2,
c2,
of
then
course, is the threat, and then I don't know what to do.
Bishop e6, Safier.
Yes, and then?
Of course, it looks a bit dangerous, but I think I play king g8, I will be safe, no? Queen g4, let's say. Can you take on d2 or not?
I was thinking queen f4 and queen f7, but that's the only idea. And then you cannot play bishop f8 because I can give queen f6 check and take the rook.
You will get back the bishop, you mean?
Yes, so how do you do here?
We attack there, so wherever you go, let's say here or whatever, we go here.
Yes,
And the point is that we have a double attack here and here. And what you wrote is that, what you said is that after this you have this.
No, queen f6 I wanted.
Queen
No,
f6
yes.
and king g8.
Queen d8.
Ah, you wanted
Yes.
just to take there.
Well,
No, it's good. It's good.
I want to take a rook, of course.
Yeah, but this is a bit complex, huh?
Mhm.
Let's see. She has to play a move. She played what? Queen f3. What is queen f3? You are attacking f7. Okay, king g8. She played very fast.
And what can you do here? Somehow this knight is very powerful on a6, so it protects everything. And you don't want to take bishop e6, queen a6, because
It's not easy at all.
I was thinking about bishop b6, queen a6, a5.
Bishop a5 and rook b6 maybe, but...
It was the same idea, a5 with the idea of playing rook b6, but
Yeah,
then...
but all the time when you take on c2, you hit the bishop d2.
Mhm. So you want to start with a bishop f. Let's try bishop b6, queen a6, bishop a5. Then your idea is maybe better, and then rook c8.
She spoiled a bit, I feel, huh?
And rook b6. You can simply play queen somewhere, queen d5. And the bishop is hanging, of course. So rook a6. What do you do? You take on a4.
No, you take on a4.
Oh no, c2 as well.
No, it's very dangerous. It's not the way. No. She's letting the game slip away, I think. She's not clear. And I think she should not keep the two bishops. To enter this position, she had to keep the knight. Your bishop f3 was, of course, much better. You had to keep the knight to force knight d6 or knight f6, forcing bishop take d6 or bishop f6. And then you open the position with e take, and you don't have this blockade anymore. The blockade would not be effective. I mean, probably the big mistake is around here. After bishop e7, knight e4, for me, it's a big mistake. I mean, here you have to go sooner or later bishop f3. Trade this bishop, and then to play for some knight e4, d6 or something, or knight f6. This is how you fight with the knight. Let's see the other game, because the other game, I think it's soon the end. Huh? Okay, there was some, we stopped, I think, around here. We stopped there, at rook c4. Rook d8, h3, queen c6, rook e3, you see, trade one rook, is what I told you, take, queen c4, I change everything, d4 now, g6, queen d5, which is what we said, and this is easy though, easy. Each one takes our pawn, up, we trade, king g7, we trade, draw.
So this game is about...
It's a no game. That's what I told you. That if she plays this, she will get a no game.
Okay.
It looks interesting what she had, but it was too hard.
So a draw was agreed, and Lei Chinji
Is the first qualified.
is the first
for
qualified.
the semi-final.
She wins her match against Maria Muzyczuk. It was a tough match, and Maria missed a few chances to win the game yesterday, so she...
She can have huge regret due to yesterday, but today it's exactly the problem of modern theory. It means that you seem to have an interesting position, but in fact, when you have to find the first move yourself, you are completely,
confused.
You are confused and you don't find, and then the game strategically, the mass exchanges arise and it's finished. I mean, she played this first move herself, bishop e3, and then the game was over. Already it was a draw. So it's a no, for me, it's a no game today, as well, like in game 2. It's what I'd said since 2 days. Unfortunately, I think the strategy was wrong. But the strategy of our sister was much better about the opening.
And
That's
just
it.
to remind our viewers, of course, if you're joining us right now, Maria Muzychuk is eliminated from this cycle because this is a knockout event. There are quarterfinals matches, semifinals matches, and the final, which will determine who is going to challenge
Yeah,
the
that's
world
the
champion.
most important. The candidates tournament is with 8 players, and they are fighting to get one contender. The winner of the candidates tournament is the person who will play against the world champion, who will be the challenger of the world champion. So, I mean, this is the last part of the cycle where there is this candidate tournament. Before there were qualifications for this tournament. So now we have the 8 qualifiers, and they are playing matches, and the final winner of the candidates is the contender for the match against the world champion herself.
Of course, so let's get back to her sister, Anna Muzychuk. She is still
She
fighting.
can have regret because I think the approach was wrong.
And what is the position?
She had no risk. I mean, she was never worse, but this is not what was asked for.
That's not the
Yeah, there were
position on
some
the
moves.
board.
Now she has to
Okay.
produce a move. She took
Bishop b6 and
with the pawn. Huh? Why not with the queen? It looks much healthier to take. It looked much healthier to take with the queen. She was afraid of something, maybe. Those bishop a5, rook b6, maybe she was. I think she saw what we call ghosts. Probably there is nothing, but she saw something that was annoying and she could not figure out how to deal with them.
yes, that's why sometimes we say that you shouldn't be afraid of ghosts, and to go for the most concrete variation.
Yeah, me, I always say to my pupils that you play what you see. I mean,
Okay, so
you don't see, you play.
this is
Okay, it works when you have a good level. Otherwise, you don't see anything, you play all the bad moves.
they might actually get to the variation that we analyzed by transposition. Do you remember somehow we
we
played like
take-
bishop e6 and
No, but
queen
now you are making
queen g4.
big problems with your king. This is annoying, actually. What is this f-take e6? I mean, she could control everything with the queen, and instead of this, she's weakening your king. I mean, it's a bad decision, f-take e6, especially time travel is coming. Okay, now it's Anna who is worse in time, but... Okay, let's see.
Huge time trouble for both players. How many moves left? 10 moves left? Or
9.
so 9 moves to be
No,
made
but
before
what is
the time
difficult
control?
with the time travel is that it's a huge things at stake. So, of course, everybody can play 9 moves in 20 minutes. I mean, you can even play 100 moves in 1 minute, and some guys, they can play 100 moves in 20 seconds, but they are not the same things at stake. Here, you are really, it's really tense. I mean, it's like 2 cycles where you give a lot of energy to be in, depends on those 5 minutes. It's not the same like when you play 10 games in bullets home, where there is absolutely nothing at stake. After you go to CTV, no. Here it's another story.
So Anna's idea was to play like queen g4, I probably rook d3 now, and to regroup and to activate her rook on e4, which was...
Don't forget one
played.
thing here. You have EV pieces, and the king is a huge factor, very important
heavy
factor.
pieces, heavy. Yes,
Heavy
just
pieces,
yes.
what did I say?
EV. Sometimes I didn't
It's my
understand.
accent.
No,
Please don't worry.
No, but
I
sometimes
am a desperate case.
I'm translating it to myself sometimes.
Yeah,
I was
so-
thinking evil pieces,
No,
which
not
are the evil
evil,
pieces? Yes.
heavy. Sorry.
Heavy pieces. Yes.
Sorry for the accent.
So
So heavy
rooks-
pieces, and then the one of the key factors is the safety of the king. So at this game, safety of the king, white is much better.
So rook d3 probably has to be played. She needs to
Play
take
bishop
on
c5,
d4.
let's say.
No, but bishop.
Can she play bishop c5 after rook d3 if she wants to save the pawn?
But then
If she wants to save the pawn, she has to play bishop c5.
no, but how can you say? Then I will play bishop g5.
What? Rook moves, rook
Where?
b8. No, one of the drawback may be something like this. And rook come there and check. But
This as well.
this is not so easy to see, actually. Let's see what they do. She played rook d3, okay. At least the first move is found. After bishop c5, she has to find rook f4. With 3 minutes, it's not easy. No, I think that Humpy puts problem to herself with f-take e6. She defended brilliantly. Why this f-take e6? I mean, it's nonsense. You are weakening more the king than... of course, it was weak in any case with the back rank, but now it's not only the back rank, it's also around. I mean, there is a lot of air here. It can be dangerous. I mean, you can get a sacrifice there. I mean, if the rook comes there, let's say, after bishop c5. It's not only the back rank, it's the back rank plus some air.
But for example, if I try another idea, I want to play rook c5, and if you take on d4, I want to play rook d5 and to exchange all those heavy pieces and to try to hold the draw.
To exchange one piece, because I will play rook c3 one day.
Ah, you will take on d5 and...
Maybe I will take on d5, yeah, first, yeah, I have to. And after, let's say, rook take back, I will play rook c3. I don't exchange the second piece.
So this
Then I
doesn't...
play bishop g5.
Okay, this doesn't work.
I mean, Almira was
Yes,
thinking
just-
about this.
That was a defensive idea.
Now you take,
And rook d5.
and now she wanted something like this.
Ah, maybe I can take... No, I
Maybe
cannot
have a better
exchange
move
two.
or what?
No, I thought that I can exchange two rooks, but no. So, okay, rook.
Okay, first of all, you are not forced. You can start with a move like king h2, but let's say you play here,
This
here.
is the
I was
idea.
thinking about this, and now I said rook c3. You are not forced to exchange the second rook.
But if I blackmail you, rook c5,
And
you...
I am protecting here.
If I play rook c5, where do you go?
Okay, but now I don't have the bishop behind. Maybe I adjust again.
Ah, okay, so you will
There is
move
no rook
to
take
another
d2.
line, of course. So it's very
And
important
it's
to
what I
keep
told
this
you.
rook.
I told you we don't have the same king at all. Here it's probably lost for black. No, this decision f-take e6, it's I don't agree at all with it. This one here. Queen take e6, still there are some minor problems, but I think she was on the very right way to save the game. And not so difficult. But now,
I just saw a move.
she's not even
on the
pawn up
screen.
yet, you know.
Can we can we have a larger look, a bigger look on the players, because I think that a few moves have been made on the board, and we don't have them. Can you refresh it?
No, I
Just
see the same position.
No, that's not what I thought. You have the bishop on g5.
Bravo.
Okay, so let's keep.
Yeah, there is the bishop
Yes.
g5 on the board.
So let's show it. Bishop c5 was played. Bishop g5. For the moment, I think that the moves do not appear on.
So she played bishop c5, bishop g5, yeah. Bishop g5 is a bad move, yeah? You had to play rook f4. Rook f4 and rook f6.
Well, I told you
And
bishop
if rook
g5 because
f8?
it was very human.
And if rook f8, you take, she has to take with the king, and now probably the other rook is coming. This is completely winning. I mean, or queen h4 maybe even. You cannot play bishop e7 due to queen d4.
Why not queen f4?
Rook
check?
f4 was a very strong idea. She didn't play it. She played bishop g5. Now what?
Rook f8. And bishop f6.
Yeah, because now rook f5 is a threat. No, it's another story already. Yeah? The bishop c5 keeps both rooks. She missed a huge chance with rook f4, I think.
So how to proceed? What does she want? She wants to double
Because the
on...
problem, you cannot bring pawns.
Well, she wants to play rook g3, maybe
Yeah, but the
queen
queen,
h5
you
and
should have the rook.
g6.
If you want to sack, you must have the rook first. But how do you put the rook first? Because it's very long. I mean, you cannot play queen g3, rook g4. The rook is hanging. First of all, so when you play queen g3, I play queen take e4.
No,
If you play queen f3 to protect the rook, but then you are pinned.
rook g3, you have the immediate d3.
If you start rook
Yes,
d3, then you
of
have to cope with d3. I mean, rook g3 doesn't threat anything. It should be the reverse battery. And maybe even if you have the reverse battery, I may just have a move like queen e8 at the very end.
No, my idea was to play queen h4, rook g6,
Queen d5.
and h7.
Let's
If you
see.
play rook g3, but you have d3 immediately.
No, she can give the rook, the queen, the
Can she take on d4?
yeah. Take.
You'll
Now
go
what?
queen c6 back, rook d6. This is her chance.
You have to play queen c4. Queen c4.
Can I keep the queens?
No, you cannot, because rook h1 is coming, and you have to play this. It's not sure at all. This. Huh?
a5.
Okay, 6 or something. There are some chances, because you see rook a7, you start to panic. If you give this, then there are real chances here. Practically, she has to do it. I mean, what else?
She can also play rook c8 and if rook b7, rook a7, rook c7. So maybe she can activate her other rook.
No, but do you see another idea for white here? The other idea is what? Is to play here, to move the queen, and to play here, yeah? It takes ages, but who knows?
You can play queen h4, rook g4, rook g6.
Let's say I play here now. Now you have to move the queen. If you want to make the life a bit harder, you play like here. Which can be actually an interesting idea, because you want maybe with both rooks, but all the time d3 is coming. But what happens here first on the first move we wanted? Take there. I'd play here. Now you can even play. Yeah, but now you have maybe tricks like take, check, and bishop d6, no?
Oh, okay. No, but this is too slow.
It's too slow. It looks too slow.
To play rook f4,
Check.
queen g3, rook g4.
Maybe just
But bishop d6, I still have f4.
yeah, but then king f7, I block you. Don't forget, I have queen h5 in many lines, huh?
Okay, let's have a look at the game, because Anna is down to her 45 seconds, her last 45 seconds. For this move, of course, don't forget that.
She has an increment,
Yes,
yeah?
players have
She took.
a 30 seconds increment.
It's the best practical idea. She has to try something. Very interesting. Especially they are still in time travel. They cannot change the mindset yet. Queen a2.
So she was afraid of rook d6, but now rook d7. What is happening after rook d7? She wants to sacrifice, yes, but then the rook is so dangerous on the 7th rank.
Of course, with the pawn on h6, this is, you had to think more a bit here. Huh?
So rook d7. She wants to sacrifice queen a1, rook and rook f6, I think. Not sure you can start with rook f6. Let's check first.
Okay, now she will play here.
And?
You
No.
have to take, let's say. Let's say you want to like this, with this opened.
No, but I think this is completely lost. So
Check.
rook g7, and then you like move
King
somewhere.
h8. Now
Can
let's
I-
say go here, far. Most important is if she has counterplay or not. Queen e5 check or something. f4, you don't have any counterplay. You cannot play queen h5 because I take and it's mate. Oh, it's.
So this doesn't work. Okay,
queen
but then
e2,
what is the idea?
d7, she played. Now good luck. I mean, what a game. We may have a decisive result. Huh?
Did we miss something here?
F-take e6 is a so horrible defense. I mean, she could play queen e6 with a safe position. She puts herself problems for nothing.
Or maybe she missed this maneuver, like queen c6, rook d6, queen c4.
Maybe she didn't see rook d4 or change of. I don't know.
No, but even if you blunder on d4, then you can still keep an eye on the e6 pawn, like we did in our analysis. Queen c6, and then rook d6, queen c4, and you cannot take on e6 without trading the queens. How many minutes? 1 minute 30 seconds left for Hampi Kunere, and a few moves still left to, like, until the time control is reached.
She has no other options than rook f6. I mean, I'm threatening already rook g7 check, and it's over. So I'm threatening mate in 3. I mean, rook g7, king h8, rook g6, rook f6, rook g8 mate. I show you the mate. I want to check. I want to check. You take first, and I check here, mate. So I'm threatening this, actually. So there were moves. Rook d7, she took on f6. Of course, she has to take back.
Can she start with rook g7 and then take back? Does it change something? No, I think it's the same.
She will take back. Then she will check and take. It will be still 2 moves to find for both of them. 2 moves is a lot when you have 1 minute. Queen a1 check, she has no other move. Queen a, and she wins 2 moves with it. Okay, she will get the move 40, huh? Because rook g7 will be played, and then, okay, she will have to think which move. Which is tricky, actually. Okay, check, they have also rook d1 here. I don't know what about rook d1, it's maybe even stronger.
Why?
Queen f6, but then you have to protect f2. Maybe
Yes,
queen
no,
g3.
like-
Why not? I mean,
No, but like rook g7 seems like such a natural move for me. Like after.
you mean you can play rook c8 later, or what? I mean, if this,
Oh, no, but
she
this,
can play rook c8 or what?
I don't know, but it doesn't feel natural
Yeah,
for me.
maybe it's
like-
better to keep
Of course, the rook on the
to
seventh
keep the
rank
king
is-
open. King h2 is the non-normal move here. They played. So this, she's still thinking.
So king h2, queen f6.
We
rook
prefer
g7.
king h2.
Mhm.
Maybe she can win a tempo with queen e5 check. f4 queen take.
But then it's even a better version. Oh, you mean you cut
You
your
cut the queen a bit. A
Mhm.
bit.
Okay, but then I'll still have. Okay, I understand. Then I don't have queen f3 because of queen
Also, you
h4.
win a move for the time travel.
Mhm. Let's try king h2.
No, but let's see because we wait. King h2
Was
she played.
played. With a few seconds left, it's like
Now, do you play queen e5 check or queen take f6 when you have 1 minute left? You need 2 moves now to reach the time control for black. Of course, she's calculating if she can afford to play queen e5 check, f4, queen h5 check, but
she played queen e5.
now she has to play f4.
Mhm.
She should play it fast. Actually. She has no zone. I don't think queen h3 is.
You mean king h3? No, no,
king
king
h3
h3 is not possible. f4 is probably the only move in this position. So.
And then, do you go queen h5 check or queen take f6? This is the story. She played f4, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. King h3. Rook take f2, she has to find. Which is not easy, actually.
Why rook f2? Is this winning?
Peter says rook f2 is the only move. But But you have 1 minute 22. One move to play. If you find rook f2, you maybe draw. She didn't find.
Okay. So the players have reached the time control. I think that they can breathe now. So are the commentators. Let's have a look at this position.
We have 1 more hour.
Mhm. No, but still, I'm not sure. That rook f2 is so obvious, because for me, queen f6 and rook g7 was a very logical line. We were trying to analyze this. So I think that we will take a small break right now, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we have reached move 40, which means that they all have, both players have 30 minutes more for the rest of the game. So the game will last at least 30 minutes, 1 hour, I think.
And Anna needs to take her time to, well, it's very important. It's a very important moment. She needs to be precise. So she has to calculate this line till the end.
Now, normally she is winning. She has still to win. There are good chances that there are tie break.
Okay, so we will be back.
Okay, we'll come back in a few minutes.
Welcome back, yes, to the Women's Candidates Tournament. Igor is happy.
I see my face, I always laugh.
And when I see this image, I'm thinking about the song of Queen. So I've paid my dues time after time, and here we are again, yes? So let's get back to the game, because as we saw, Anna Muzyczuk managed to get a winning position after the time trouble, and she needs to be precise and convert her advantage.
Of course, now she must not do like Maria yesterday. Okay, position is easier, actually. But yeah, she has to score. I mean, this is the most important. To be winning means nothing. You just have to finish the game properly.
And we've seen that a lot of strange things happen, well, when you are under pressure.
Yeah, okay, but at the top level as well, they are used to such pressure, actually. I mean, they play for World Crown, they play for winning Olympiads and this, so they know such pressure, how to cope with it.
Of course, Muzyczuk sisters, Maria Muzyczuk and Anna Muzyczuk, they were part of the Ukrainian Olympic team, which just won the Chess Olympiad in
Last
India.
month, there was the Chess Olympiads in India, or maybe 2 months ago, and Ukraine won the Olympiads, and Maria Muzyczuk and her sister Anna, who is playing right now, were the 2 first board of the team.
So they're national heroes, of course. It was a historical result, especially given the circumstances. And I'm really proud of the Ukrainian squad. So let's have a look at the board. Rook g7 was played, king h8. You said that it was not easy to choose a square, so probably king h8 was the best square.
No, it's not easy to choose the square in case you have to do it in 30 seconds. Which could have happened in case there were not queen e5 check, in fact.
So rook a7 threatening rook a8 mate, so
So now, yeah, she plays the best move. Huh? She plays queen e4 to go queen b7. Of course, you have all the time to check what's going on in case of trade of queens. So you take back.
But then if you take,
She takes with what? E pawn, let's say.
or anything. But now you can even bring your king. You can play king h4, king g5.
Probably it's better because, well, I don't know, you can take there. Huh?
Of course. But I was
King
inspired by
G8.
Nigel Short. So it's my only chance to play king h4, king g5, and
Yeah,
king
but
f6.
it's an endgame. It's not the same. It's not so impressive. Him, he had the queens on the board. No, probably this is good, but let's say the same.
King g5.
Yeah, because the problem is that you can never so much go there because
Oh, check. Can I play rook g7 first?
You can play 4.
Hi,
If you take, you get mated. So let's say I wait.
But can I play rook g7 and take
You
on
go
h7?
a5 for the race. Let's say I wait. One day I will do this. You will check me. I will come here. Threatening rook a check. So you have to come here. And now probably I will win quietly the endgame. I will trade rooks. And it's over. Let's say I go here. I check. You take. I take. You play king here. And now I should play here.
So king e6.
I have this move, very important reserve move. You play here, here, you think you cut me, but you cut nothing. Anyway, here, 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 and I can give to take on the other side. And it's over. You are not even playing king f7. But I have anyway this reserve move. So, reserve tempo. It is over. So, she played queen e4. Now she's threatening queen b7. So she's not afraid at all about queen f5 check.
No, I'm not sure she's threatening queen b7 because then you have queen f5
So
check.
you threaten
Rook a8, yes.
And in case of rook f8,
then
you can just take
you
and
can
queen
take-
f5 check, queen e6.
Yes, and you take everything.
Yeah, but
Because
then
queen-
h6 is hanging. So how do you do? Okay, queen e6, king h8. Let's see. Let's say I wait. I wait my fate.
Yes, rook a8.
Let's say now I go here.
So I'll take.
Queen
Maybe queen
e5.
e5 is possible, of course.
And you are overloaded with the rook. It means that if you come there, there is this cross pin.
Well, it's
It's beautiful.
yes, it's beautiful, and it becomes obvious when the moves are on the board,
Okay,
when
so
we
maybe
have the
play king
position on the
g8
board,
to
of
avoid
course.
this cross pin.
Can I take on a6? Simple moves.
a5 maybe.
What do we do here? So you can transpose to the same endgame which we just saw, and rook a7.
Yeah, it will win anyway. I always think he's losing, but okay, she may spend all her time. Yeah, but it's the same. This queen d7 of Nepo, I don't trust. You let this pawn on e5. I mean, computer moves. Okay, they are phenomenally strong. I mean, those top players, so they can keep those kind of positions, but normal grandmasters they can't.
While we still have a chance, Hampi Koneri is still thinking, there is a World Team Championship coming in
Yes, that's all.
next month. So the system is also a little bit different than it was in previous years. You have teams playing rapid tournament. It's much faster, yes, and they will, first they're playing a qualifier event, and then they will play...
Time control will be rapid.
Yes, as was in the women's event in Sitges last year.
It's pity, I think. But
So, do you think, well, first of all, who do you think
why
has
they
a
don't
chance?
call it World Rapid Championship then?
Because it's more important for the prestige and for the sponsors. So, what do you think about the teams in this event?
Nobody is playing.
Of course, they're playing the Messi.
Only
has,
Anish and Maxim are playing.
France
Yes.
has a very strong team. Uzbekistan, they are
Yeah,
ruthless.
but I mean, most of the teams they don't bring their 2700. Look, India doesn't bring, Anand doesn't bring Hare Krishna.
Anand is doing the commentary. They bring.
Okay. Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine goes with normal team, but still, I mean, they have stronger players than this. They don't have Korobov, let's say. They don't have.
Azerbaijan will bring a very strong team, and once again, it's
No, but let's see.
you don't have you are
China,
talking,
nobody.
Yes, but you are talking about classical players.
US and Niemann, okay.
You were talking about classical players. First of all, this, for example, the team from Uzbekistan who just won the Olympiad.
No, I don't speak about them. I speak about USA, China. They don't bring any of their single good players.
But maybe you win the tournament with the younger players. How did the United States do at the Olympiad this
No,
year?
bring Nakamura, don't worry. He will do the job. Especially if it's rapid. Convince him to play, you will see he will enjoy. I don't like, no, this argument is not valid.
Well, it is.
think-
Because
I don't think that is
Uzbekistan
because the...
won the Olympiad with a fairly
No,
young
but
team.
look,
and-
Wesley So and Nakamura, they are extremely strong in rapid, much stronger than all the youngsters. So they should legit. I understand for maybe players like Aronian who is not in form, or let's say Lenny Dominguez, maybe he's middle age, he doesn't want. But I mean, just put Nakamura, Wesley So, they have all the legitimacy in the world to be even with the youngsters. And in China, okay, Ding Liren is preparing his match, I can understand. And but all the others, I mean, Yu Yonggi, why not? I mean,
Well, I think Holland has a very competitive team, France as well, because all these players...
No, the main thing is about USA and China, and a bit India as well. Also India, I mean, why they don't put all those young guys? I mean, where are Gukesh? Where are Pragnananda? I mean, I see Gupta and Seturaman, they are almost my age. They are good, very strong players, but I mean, why you don't bring in Diaby? It's a bit, it's a bit pity that they don't play with their maximum team. This is my opinion.
So who has a chance with this lineup?
France.
France, because that's what I wanted to say.
Azerbaijan.
France and Azerbaijan, they will have these teams which are very competitive because all these players, Maxime Vachergov, Jules Mussar, for example, Laurent Foussinet, Maxime Lagarde, and Tigran Garmian, they're very strong,
They have
rapid
a
players.
good chance. If Alireza would be there, it would be the huge favorite.
So
Of course,
then
Azerbaijan has a big
Azerbaijan,
chance as well.
you have these monsters, Timur Rajabov and Shahriar Mamediyarov, but also Rauf Mamedov. For the moment, we don't have their final lineup because they're still
Everybody's
having a
playing,
qualifying event.
or they take whatever happens, Raja and Mamed.
I'm not sure because I don't have the information about the qualifier. But
Also,
I
Israel
think that
Gelfand
Timur
is missing,
Rajabov
but
and-
now Gelfand is older, so maybe he just retired. Okay. In Poland, you don't have Duda, for instance.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see. She played Queen G5. I have a small question, just a small question.
Mhm.
Can you play? No. I have no question.
So Queen G5, she threatens Queen H5, Queen G5.
Can you play something like Queen E3, maybe?
Mhm.
You will have one check on H5, but that's it. King G3 and it's over, the checks.
Yes, but you need to make a move first because I also have Rook C3 coming at some point. I don't know which one, but if you take on E6, for example, I will take with H6, on H6 with check. You need to protect your H6 pawn.
Queen E3.
Queen E3 now.
You thought Queen E6? No, Queen E3. I don't give, of course, Queen take E6, Queen H6 check, and the work starts. Or Queen D4, then Queen E3, one of them. It is also possible. She will play E5, I suppose. It's always made
That's
in
the
one.
only move. So, she provokes E5 first, and then she wants to play Queen A3.
Yeah.
Is there anything else? Queen D4, E5, Queen D7, and then Queen H6, and then you...
You don't want those.
Yes, you just check.
No,
Give
Queen
check.
E3. Queen H4, maybe. Queen F5 check, King H2. Now there is no more Queen E5 check. I don't know, one of them. I mean, Queen E3 looks normal. Maybe Queen H4 works too.
Queen H4, don't we have Rook C3,
And if I move one pawn, whatever,
Queen F5,
and King H2.
Queen F2?
No, I mean F3.
F3, sorry, yes.
Queen A5, I can even play Queen G4.
No, I was looking for
Even
it.
in your line, actually.
It's not a perpetual, Rook F3, Queen F3, Queen G3.
I don't understand.
Okay, let's Queen H5. You
Queen
said
H4.
Queen H4, Rook C3. Just a second. Okay, it might be crazy perpetual, of course, but I was not sure.
Where do you see a perpetual? Check? Or check on C3?
No, check on C3. I was looking for this line. No.
And if I play here, what?
No, here I was playing Queen F5. Queen
G4.
G4, of course. No, it doesn't work.
But you was looking what, F3?
For Queen F5, and then if you play something
here.
like... No, it doesn't work.
Yeah, because all the time I have rook a8 mate. e5, queen h4 she wants, you see. Queen h3 was maybe stronger, but queen h4 is quite logical from a human point of view.
So it's the same idea. If you take on h4, I simply
All
bring my king.
yeah, all the endgames are winning.
Closer.
Because the rook is condemned to stay on the 8th rank, and I will grab all the pawns I want.
And if queen f5 check here, queen g4, yes?
Maybe queen g4. And you are pinned also.
So Anna simply wants to trade queens and to transpose into winning rook
She will
and
win
king.
this. She will win.
Game. Yeah, it's a very nice maneuver, queen d4 check.
She played very good actually
Queen
today.
h4.
Very tense game. Her preparation was fine.
So can we try once again? Here we tried already, yes? Rook c3, f3, queen f5, yes, queen g4.
Whatever, g3. Or...
Yes, it's...
It's over, I mean, queen f5 check, queen g4, now what, rook f8, king g8, I take on f5, g take f5, just bring the king h4, king g5.
Okay, let's try something. We need to try queen f5, it's the only move probably, queen g4. Let's say something like rook f8, what can we try here?
You take, you have to take who's there.
And you will take where? On a6?
I bring the king, no?
No, I thought that you are going to take rook a6.
Okay, king g8. Now you bring the king.
King h4 still, yes, and king
Because
g5.
if you go here, she might go rook f6. You know? So king h4.
No, this is very simple. So king f7,
After
king
here you
g5.
play king g5, then you check and you will take h7. There is no chance here. I mean,
No, but I can still give a check, like rook g8, one last chance, king f5, rook g2, and then you will check me, yes? So rook g8, king f5, rook g2, and rook a7. This is very convincing. Where do you go? King f8.
a5.
And rook f2, king a6, yes. So this is completely lost. So king g8 is the only move to avoid mate in one, and then we simply trade rooks and push the a pawn.
So she played what? Queen h4. She has to play queen f5 check, only move. What else?
There is the move.
She knows she is lost. Queen f5 check, she played. Queen g4 now is coming. No, the most important is to understand that the endgames are won for white, and that's it. Okay, so tomorrow we should have, now we can do the if. Should be some tie break. At what time is the tie break?
The tiebreak will start exactly at the same time,
So 3 o'clock.
yes, at 3 p.m. Maybe we can remind our viewers about the format while we still have a chance. We have special graphics prepared for the tiebreak, so you will have a look at the time control. And
Okay, she won on demand. Huh? I mean, she's about to win on demand. This is
Okay.
very good.
here it is. So 4 more games with time control of 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment per move. Can you imagine? It's not 2 games, it's 4 rapid games, and you will have this 4 different periods where your heart rate is going to increase. So you will have to do it all over again. And in case if there is still a tie, you will have 2 blitz games, 5 minutes plus 3 seconds increment per move. And if there is still a tie, 1 game of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds increment per move. And if there is still a tie, you go on. we will need a winner tomorrow. So, what do you think, Igor? When did you book your ticket?
On Monday.
On Monday, okay.
Whatever.
So you're staying till the end of the tournament, and this is the format of the event, of course. So players are fighting for the semi-final spot. So they will join. Either we don't know yet, but it depends on the result of the game, of course. But both players are dreaming about joining Lake Tingi in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I don't know what are their skills in rapid. Do we have some record?
Actually, I do know. I've studied everything yesterday, and we have also something prepared because, especially, what I was impressed with the Lei Tingi results. She was clearly the better player from the field in rapid and blitz. But okay, this is not the tiebreak that we will probably have. So let's have a look at Anna Muzichuk's lifetime score against Hampi Conero. And you will also see what is their rating, rapid and blitz. So here it is. As you can see, Hampi Conero is higher rated in classical chess and in every discipline, because Anna was world rapid champion.
Okay, she's leading, but not by a huge margin. Huh? They are equal in classical chess, so maybe today she will be +1. She's +1 in rapid. She won one, make 3 draws.
No, but I was looking at their ratings. I was really surprised because Anna had a much higher rating in rapid, so she dropped a few
she
points.
maybe has a better score against Humpi, but she has a less rating than...
So, like the first line is their classical rating.
It's also weak rating for Humpi, who is 100 points higher in... Also weak.
Then the second one is the rapid rating, and the last one is the blitz rating. So Humpi actually is higher rated in every discipline. So, what is the score?
Well, she's still 100 points less than her classical chess. And also Anna. Anna would have said that she would be more. But
both players were world rapid champions.
This I don't know. Okay.
Hampi won in 2019. Anna won previous event, I think, in 2016.
Then because I was not sure, because normally positional players sometimes they are very weak in rapid. So I was wondering about Humpi. If you tell me that she won the World Rapid Championship, okay, it means she has skills there.
But their score shows that Anna has a small, it's head-to-head score, of course, has a small advantage in every time control.
Yeah, but very small. 1 win in rapid, only, and 3 draws. And 3 wins in blitz, 5 draws, but 2 losses. So it's almost nothing. For me, a huge margin is when you play like 50 times the guy, you win 30 games, you lose 5. Okay.
No, but how difficult it is to win a game against such a tough opponent as Hampi Conero. So I think like a +1 score in every time control is, for me, is huge, especially.
No, not for me.
No? Well, they played also a few games online in Rapid Olympiad, but they were drawn. I didn't want to include them because for me it's not the same.
No, for me it's not chess.
Okay, so let's get back to so how do you estimate the chances in the tiebreak?
Even, equal.
Even after this game?
Yeah. Well, even it depends if she solves the problem of the opening, because she has a problem in the opening right now. If she repeats this, she will have problems all the time. She already had 2 games with big problems with black. She cannot repeat again and again the same bad line. I think that she has to change this Queen D7 of Nepo, and she has to say her team, sorry my guys, but knight on F5, like Raja told me, you put playable for you, unplayable for me. She had to say this.
Of course, first of all, we need to wait for the decisive result in this game, because we were speculating yesterday.
Yeah, but now it's much easier now than yesterday. Yeah, of course, if she doesn't win, then none of those last 30 minutes talk is valid. If she doesn't win.
But whoever wins this match, especially after such an intense tiebreak, if it will happen, then Lei is going to be waiting, you know.
Lei had a very easy game today and round 2. I mean, she didn't tire herself. Only yesterday. Yesterday was very difficult. But today, I mean, it was like a promenade, a walk in the garden. But this is exactly what she wants by playing her Petrov. This is, I told you. It's like if she will suffer because of theory, and finally, one move after theory ends, she solved the problem like she did, exchange, and draw.
So one of her match strategies could be to go for the tiebreak because she excels in those shorter time controls.
Maybe.
She's not afraid of the tiebreaks.
Maybe.
Queen g4 and Hampi Conera is still thinking. She knows she's in trouble, of course. She's looking for the last practical chance. Can we find like some sort of a stalemate idea, or here it will never work? Just give all the pawns maybe and to create a crazy rook. But
you understand that she will think a bit, that she will see you give 1, 2, 3 points. She will. They are not amateurs, so they will. She will not play careless at all. So it's impossible to get a stalemate idea here because you see it coming. I mean, there are so much at stake. You don't play careless. Because the first thing you ask yourself when you enter such an endgame is, what is our chance to save the game? If you think that it's only stalemate, then you will look stalemate all the time. If you are alert, it's over.
so we tried rook f8. Can we try something like
It's all
king
the same. I
g8?
mean,
It's
for
the same.
rook f8, you exchange queens and then you start to play.
Yes, king g8 doesn't change anything because
No,
you
nothing
take
changes
on
anything.
f5.
She has to allow the endgame, whatever you play. The only move that doesn't allow the endgame is rook c3 check, but then you give mates on a8, you know, so it's not even better.
Igor, I will let you do the job and to announce our sponsors. You've never done it. They're on your screen.
Okay, so thanks a lot to the partner and sponsor, le Casino de Monte Carlo, and société SBM, Société des Bains de Mer, who owns it, who owns the Hotel Hermitage, and they are a huge sponsor for the tournament. Motiva as well is a sponsor of the event, and the Art newspaper, of course, which is also a big partner of the event. So thanks to all of the sponsors without whom the tournament would not take place, and I mean not in Monaco at least.
We also have the art exchange, of course, and all these sponsors and partners, they are very active in promoting women's chess and women's events, and of course youth events. So hopefully this will be a very long-term partnership. So, and we are looking forward, as Jean-Michel said, you have to have a dream. So I have a dream. Do you have a dream?
Every night I have dreams. No, but it's very good that people like Jean-Michel exist, because each country needs people like him, because it's like this that events are done, that sponsors are found, and they are chess lovers first of all, and they like to organize, to do things for chess and for their country as well. And such people are very important, and yes, the more you have, the more chess is developing. And it's not only the federation, it's what I mean. It's that you have to have individuals like them, and they are as important as the elite grandmasters, and even more, I would say.
Well, I was thinking that Jean-Michel didn't mention it, of course.
We speak about Jean-Michel Rapper, the president of Monaco Chess Club and the main organizer.
Of course, what he didn't mention, well, he talked about the European Women's European Club Cup next year, maybe the next stage of this event, but I think it would be nice also to create something like a chess festival, like in Vaikamzi, so you have a lot of open tournaments,
Yeah,
a
but
lot of youth events.
then if you want a chess festival, this is not the same budget at all. It's, I mean, it's...
I understand this, but of course I think this
I mean,
is...
if you want all the top elites, I mean, yeah,
No, not only
it's
that, no.
very expensive. I
I'm
mean,
actually
just-
looking for an open tournament, a youth event.
You have to have long-term partner for
of
this,
course.
but of course it would be a great idea. Especially, I mean, they have all the infrastructure here, and it's one of the best places in the world. So of course it would be a wonderful idea. It would, if he managed this, yeah, it's like the optimal thing. But at the time before, it was easier maybe because Van Oosterom himself was a chess player. I mean, he was the main sponsor for many things. He was himself a great player. He was world champion by correspondence, you know. So it helps. The guy also helps chess, and he's a billionaire. So, but now he has to find long-term partners who will like the idea.
And also
But it's of course a
to make
wonderful
it
idea. If
to
you
make
manage
it
to
a
do it.
tradition. So that is actually
Yeah, the
my
most
dream,
important,
yes.
the most important, if you have an elite festival, is to make it as a tradition.
Tradition, of course.
This is the most difficult.
With many groups, youth events, you know, amateur.
Not an
events.
isolated event,
Of course.
because, for example, there was this in Paris, this Alekhine tournament in Le Louvre, yes, and it was only once.
It was organized in Paris and in St. Petersburg at the time.
Yeah, but only
of course.
once,
Yes,
see.
only once, of course.
So this is,
And Hampi is about to make a move. Let's have a look
yeah,
at the board.
Queen F8, yeah, passive defense. She's trying to counterattack
But
there.
she's keeping an eye on the h6 pawn. So what else can you do here?
Queen G5.
Queen g5 and threatening queen e5. Yes, let's get the board.
So
On
let's say
our
Queen
screen.
G5, Rook E8.
But maybe this is the most stubborn defense, so she doesn't transpose
Rook
into the
E6.
rook endgame, so she still has a few practical
Do you have a
chances.
better move than here? King G3 as well, but also you cannot go Queen D7 next due to check there. But
So queen g5, let's try. I like your move. We're threatening queen e5.
okay, Queen G5. She will play Rook E8. All right. Rook E6 you can always play.
Okay, let's take a pawn. Okay, 6. What can you do
The
here?
idea is just to come back, of course.
You want to push e4? Now you need to keep the pawn in e5 because you need this diagonal closed, because then I will play something queen d2, queen d4 check.
Maybe,
So
yeah.
if-
Yeah, you mean you add problems with the diagonal.
yeah, so you have to keep your pawn on e5.
Yeah, so King G8, something
King
like
G8.
this.
So rook a7 probably. And then we simply push the a pawn, yes?
Queen take F2, be careful maybe.
Oh, I forgot about this one.
Which was not possible here actually, because there is Queen take
Queen
E5.
e5 check.
Queen take E5 check. And check, and I will mate you. I will take first the rook, then the queen. It's mate.
So then I like this move, queen f8, because it keeps an eye on the pawn on h6.
Okay,
on
here
f2.
you don't want yet Queen F2, but it's at the menu after King G8, let's say. So you take there. I go King G8. Now I'm threatening to take.
Now, I think at this time of the day you will only have the gastronomic, metaphors at the menu of the day. So, what is the dessert?
I'm hungry.
It's a beautiful allegory, of course, but let's see. Rook a6, King G8.
Can you go there? Because I'm not sure that it's a threat when your rook is still here, because you have Rook G6 check here.
So you need to keep your rook on a6 and play a5 immediately. Yes, no, this is lost. What can you do here?
King H8, but I have this, yeah? And Queen E5 check.
Yes.
Yeah, so you cannot take there. have to wait.
Then rook f6 I can play now.
You check me.
King h2
King
now.
G4, something like this.
Oh,
Such a thing should win. So let's see what happens. She's thinking. I think she will play queen g5. She will never give this pawn. For nothing.
I wanted to offer an alternative to play queen h4, but then it comes back to the same position: queen f5, queen g4, queen f8. So queen g5 is probably forced.
Yeah, and this king g3, which goes out of queen take h6, I don't like it due to queen f4 check in the air. All the time you will try queen d7, you will run under queen queen f4 check. No, queen g5 is just natural.
So 11 minutes till the end of the game, but of course there is a 30-second increment starting from the first move. Hampiconera is down to 7 minutes.
Queen g5. Highly logical. Okay, she will play rook e8 too.
Igor, what is more stressful in the time when you play chess? When you're playing for a prize or for qualification, let's say?
For qualification.
Qualification is more important, it's more stressful.
It depends which kind of prize.
No, but of course, but here in
If
this
it's a normal
tournament...
prize, just of course qualification.
But in this tournament we have a very impressive prize fund. It's very rare and I think it's historically high. So,
Yeah, but there is also the world crown at the end where
Yes.
you earn more. I mean, you see, this is the point. If you qualify all the stage, you win more.
yeah, but then you're turning it in a way that's like poker players would think. But I mean, what is more important, the title or the prize?
Title.
The title, you see, so that's much more important
No,
for
the
me as
title,
well.
especially now, because you keep your title for long. It's not next year that at the first World Cup you lose your title.
Well,
If it's every year, I would say, anyway, the title you get all your life. I mean, money too. But
no, but the thing is that this cycle, of
Spread
course,
of
was
it.
a very particular one because the pandemics affected the whole cycle and the lives of professional chess players. So actually, we barely managed to finish it now. So in June is she won her match against Alexandra Gayachkina just before the beginning of the pandemics in 2020,
February
and then
or
yes,
something.
and then everything stopped.
Yeah.
So she holds the title already for 3 years.
Yeah. And she doesn't play much too, huh?
And you know, we were talking about Hu Yifan. I checked her games yesterday, and she just played a few games in the Chinese league, you know, and it was a tough tournament for her.
She played badly.
Well, she made a few draws and she lost against Zhu Jiner, the rising star of
Yeah.
Chinese chess. So you see that the lack of practice affects her play a lot.
How old is Zhu Jiner? Because I see her name since 5 years
But I
already.
think she's the best junior
But how
player. 20, I think about 20 years old. If I'm not mistaken, but I think yes, she's the best junior.
Yeah,
player.
and she lost also time due to the pandemic, of course. She played good in World Junior Championship a few days ago. She played the open section among male.
How did she do? What
I
is the
think
final
maybe in
result?
10 first.
Mhm.
I don't know what she did last round, but before last round she was number 12 maybe. Or
Let me check.
she beat some grandmasters.
I have to check it in FIDE.
Problem is that when you put a Zhu-Giner, what you are trying to do on computer, it looks a Kendall Jenner and Kim Kardashian. So you have a problem.
No, so I was right. She's the best junior player in the world.
Yeah, but 24-64 for best junior
now
girl
she is
is not so impressive, I have to tell you.
24-84
Especially,
now.
probably she had a very close rating 4 years ago or 3 years ago already.
Yes, but then everything stopped. She didn't play a single game like as many Chinese players now.
Okay, some moves were played, Almira. Just Queen G4, Queen F8, Queen G5, Rook E8, Rook take A6, and now she played King G8. Now, as
No,
we
we
said,
had a look at this position.
as we said, she wants to take on F2 without allowing this nasty trick Queen take E5 check. Because I remind our viewers that after Queen take F2, which looks like a normal move, there was Queen take E5 check. Sensational move, because if you take, there is check, you have to give the rook, check, you have to give the queen, and back rank mate. And of course, if you don't take my queen, I mate you on G7. This is why the pawn on H6 is extremely useful, because it gives some weak square on G7, but it also gives all those back rank mates. And in the endgames, if there is no queen, it also allows you to go much faster by starting the race with the pawn on H6. So I like those pawns, actually.
So we said A5 here.
Here we said A5 because, on the other hand, it's not a real threat yet. It's a real threat if you come, let's say, on A7, now she can take. But as long as you still have the rook on A6, you cannot take due to this trick from white. And this is winning because if you go, let's say here, I go rook F6 check, and if you take, you are mate in 2 moves. Okay, still maybe you have king F7 here.
And what happens after rook G7? You run?
King E6, I run. Maybe rook somewhere, I mean. Should win, I mean, rook B7. Okay. So let's see. Now it's again the money time, let's say. They have 7 minutes against 6 minutes.
You see this expression, money time.
It's the time where you get
Yes.
your investment back. You want the translation?
No,
Where you
it's-
get
we-
paid.
no,
It's
we-
the payday.
No,
It's
we
the
were
pay-
we were talking about the trophy or the prize, So.
Money time is the paying day.
Anna Muzyczuk is trying very hard to force the tie breaks. Tomorrow she needs to win this game to level the score in her match against Hampi Cunero. So
If she wins, there is a tie break tomorrow.
She's very close.
No, normally it's completely winning. She should manage. Especially at this level, you don't miss. There is not so much random here. Only random things is...
It could be potentially like a very...
blind spot only. Could be.
No, original situation, what I wanted to say, if Maria would have won her match, and then if Anna would have won her match, then, well, they had to play against each other, what they never do.
Yeah, but in general, you know what they would do? They would do like Raja against Mehmed. They would make 4 draws fast in the normal games. Then 4 draws fast in the first tiebreak, and they will say, let's play blitz, and we will see. Unless one of them is much stronger than the other in blitz.
No, but it's not about the outcome sports. It's about like playing your own sister. It's very difficult. So Anna played rook f6. Probably she wants to...
It's also winning, yeah. Not to deal with queen take f2.
Yes, she wants...
Okay, queen e7 will come.
She provokes queen e7 and then a5 here.
Oh, a5 is coming. You have an helper here. No, only what you have to think is if you are pinned or not.
And you cannot move the rook, but then you have rook g6 and queen takes c7. So what else can you make here? e4, that's the only move that you have. Or queen d7
You
check.
can queen d5 check, then be careful.
Yes. What do you have? You have another check, queen d7, I think.
I cannot move the rook due to rook g6, yeah?
Mhm.
I cannot move the queen, otherwise no pin. I can check. Yeah.
Yes, you can give.
It's a bit pity not to give. And here rook g6.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're in zigzag actually. Okay, now they are bad on time, so.
So hopefully our viewers are staying with us, because I think that the drawing of lots will happen right after the game. I'm not sure if we will be able to follow it, but at least I hope that it will be possible. And postpone your dinner, whatever you're doing, stay with us until the end of the live broadcast. Or eat in front of your computer. How often do you eat in front of your computer when you play games?
Whenever I have a family, if I do this, I have a problem, a logistical problem. I never eat in front of my computer.
So they do not allow you, yes?
Of course,
it's a ritual,
just,
you need to keep the ritual.
You have wife, children, you cannot eat in front of your computer unless you have a very good reason, not for playing video games. This is not a good reason.
How often are you surprised chess players, professional chess players, who simply didn't have time to eat because they still had a lot of variations to prepare to oversee before the game, so they were eating in front of their computers?
Yeah, but also it's difficult to eat too much before a game, because then me, for instance, when I eat at, let's say, noon, I get a bit sleepy after. You see, it's the same. You saw in the comments, sometimes I was getting a bit sleepy, but at the game it's worse, because you are just the digestion process.
Mm-hmm. Well, everyone has its own rituals.
Yeah, sandwich is light, it's fine.
Yes.
I mean, when it's a light sandwich. Kebab is another story.
So what is your favorite meal then? Or cuisine?
I like, personally, I like a lot of things. Really, I like many things. I like all the junk food, but also nice food. And all the middle food. I like good, bad, and middle.
That's you're a real poet. Meanwhile, a5 was played and queen d7 check, as we suggested. So what to do here?
Queen g4, you unpin.
Mm-hmm. Queen g4 or king h2?
Ah, yeah, now king h2 makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And a6.
Okay, after king h2, she will open the diagonal here with e4. Maybe it's not bad, king h2. The only move I will not play is g4. I would hesitate between queen g4, but if you play queen g4, you are waiting for queen e7,
Mm-hmm.
so then you have to see what you will do after it.
King h2 seems logical here. There are no more threats. The rook is very passive on e8. So how many minutes left? 5 minutes for Anna and 4 minutes for Hampi, a little bit more. Mm-hmm. Yes, let's follow this game in real time.
No, she can forget this queen d7 of Nepo. It's, I think it's bad. In the opening, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because the queen is on d7 right now,
Just,
of course.
just computer move. It's not deep, it's bad, I think. Just...
Yes, but we were explaining that sometimes computers come with those strange moves, but you need to understand the whole number of the positions and the whole concept. If you don't master all those positions and all the plans,
but the problem
then
is
it's very
that
difficult.
the more I look the position, the more I see that the queen will be misplacing everything, and I don't trust it at all. Okay, e4, she played, which is normal. You have a king on h2, you want to keep a check somewhere.
What if you play a6 here, as we discussed?
She will some check on, then you have queen g3. Queen c1, she will try queen h6 check, you know, but rook g6. Okay, now there are so many moves that it's about a choice. Everything wins, I mean, a6 wins, probably what you wanted to play.
No, I wanted to play, I don't like
Queen g3 should win.
weakening moves, so I wouldn't play something like g3, even though it's still
g3
winning.
you never
yes.
know, a3, e3 is
Yes.
coming, then some checks from the rear.
Yes, I
You
don't
don't
like
want.
this.
Yeah,
yes.
I agree. The pawn is very good here to protect the king, so this you keep.
So I think the most natural is a6 or queen move is somewhere.
Queen g3, queen f4. Queen f4, you keep all the squares, it's also interesting.
Yes, but queen f4, queen e7, you have to make another move. So
a6.
yes, so we can push it now.
No, she will play. Human move is queen f4. Queen f4, a6. Minutes, huh? Okay, this time it's the end of the game. It means that there will not be additional time. At my time, it was an additional time at move 60.
Yes, we were also adjourned in the games. A few years before that.
I think you are 1 year older than me, so more or less, 2 years maybe. I was about to say a bad joke, like at your time it was adjournment.
But it was not a joke, of course.
No, we knew adjournment. I had a few already in my... Because
we witnessed this
we started
historical
chess
period.
when it was still the adjournment.
So, you know, we are those survivors.
It's
And
very interesting, our generation. I
us
think it's the
questions.
best chess generation because we were between the old generation that was working from
From
their
the
score
notebooks,
sheets,
yes.
their notebooks, then paper notebooks.
Yes,
I
paper
mean.
notebooks, of course.
And to get with the mind, the chessboard, and a lot of hours on analyzing one position. And this, we knew this a lot actually. And in general, our trainers were from this generation, and we are also. We knew also the computer coming. We saw them coming, and we are also. I mean, at the same time as the very new generation. So we know about all the generations. We are lucky about this.
You know that recently I found my old notebook, like a paper notebook, where I had a few variations written down when I was taking it with me when I was traveling, and
Yeah, I respect a lot the coaches of our generation because I think, I mean, the problem of the coaches of the very old generation is that they don't trust in computers. They are still with their old habits, and the problem of the very new coach, the very, I mean, young people who are coaching, is that they are using computer too much and not in the best way. They don't have analyzed by themselves enough positions. They don't get experience. We are lucky. We are just in the middle.
that was the most romantic period in chess, I think.
It was good. I mean, before computers, it was very nice. But no, it's fine as well. I mean, you just have to change your way of playing compared to those times. I explained how to play here.
There is so much. I also figure that the load of information that the professional chess player has to take in right now is just phenomenal. So
Yeah, there's a lot of information, but on the other hand, they are analyzing less. They have less experience. They are working less. I mean, they are working on memorization and things like this, tactics and this. But it was yesterday that we spoke about this.
But
Okay, they should play
yes.
G3.
no, but because they started with A6 first, the queen is no longer on D7.
Ah,
So
okay.
now you have queen D5 check. Actually, A6, queen C7, G3 is
Queen
an
D5
is-
check.
yes,
What?
well,
King
now
H8.
it looks normal to me. So
Now what? Queen somewhere. Queen E6.
if you take, you can even take queen E3, I think. Can you? Or it allows you.
Don't you have Queen E6?
You mean queen D5?
Queen D5 check.
King
King H8.
H8.
Queen E6.
Mhm.
Well, how do you protect?
Queen D8.
Queen D8 only way.
Let's show the variation, of course.
I mean, do you have this check? And now here, let's say. My point is that after, let's say, Queen D8, I may come here now. You cannot put anything on the 7th rank because I have Queen F8
Rook
mate.
G8 is the only move.
It's finished. You have to play here. How do I finish? I finish like this and this. You have to take. I play here. You queen.
No, knight. Knight for,
And knight I move.
for the beauty, but at least.
Okay, maybe knight is a good move actually. I play Queen H3.
Queen C8 check, you know, there are a few
G4.
moves.
No, Queen C8 check, G4, you go
The Queen
C3.
C3.
Rook D7 I have to go.
Okay, this is
And this will
completely
be made
random.
because I will just check here. Whatever you do. Whatever you do, I check here. Okay, Queen D5 is made, huh? Queen D5, Queen E6. Would she play it or not? She played Queen D5, King H8, now Queen E6. Maybe there is a better move, Rook F7. Sometimes you are threatening Rook take
Okay,
H7
7 and
check.
Queen F7, yes, if you leave the 7th rank.
Yeah, Rook F7 is extremely strong too. The point is that, for instance, if you start to go here, I will have this move now, check. No,
King
sorry.
H6, you forgot about King.
This could be a turn of events. I mean, no,
Yes, you forgot about King
forgot. Yeah,
H6.
but you know, after 8 hours, I forgot things. Check.
No, but it was a nice idea and very easy to forget that the pawn is no longer protected.
She will not forget this. She plays here. She wins a bit of time, yeah? She's only 1 minute, so she has to take a decision. So what could be the idea? Rook F7, Queen D8, Queen B7, yeah?
She made the move. Rook F7.
Yeah, Queen D8 will come. But Queen D8, you can even take on D8 and F take E3. Resign. I mean, if you wanted the endgame before, imagine with 2 pawns more. Yeah, after Queen D8, you just play Queen take Queen. Probably there is a mate somewhere, I mean, but... Yeah, so Queen B8, Queen D7, resign. No, it's a finish.
So Anna Mazicuk is about to win the 4th game of
And to
the
level
match.
the score.
Yes, to level the score against Hampi Conero. We cannot find any defense. The position is completely hopeless for black, and then we will wait for the drawing of lots, and tomorrow there is going to be a very intense tiebreak.
She's trying. Her only chance is if she go take h7.
No, but you have queen d7 here. You attack the rook and rook h7.
Oh, she will resign. Yeah, she will resign.
Okay.
Bravo, Anna. She managed to level the score. So now there is a tie break between them tomorrow.
So let's follow the players closely. We still don't know where the drawing of lots is going to take place. Maybe directly at the board. Our team will show
Maybe
us in a
arbiter will
second.
come
Yes, of
right
course.
now. He's
Yes,
coming now.
let's have a
let's
look.
see.
So the drawing of lots is taking place right now in front of you. You see the same eggs which were used at the opening ceremony. There is a king in one of these eggs, and the player who will choose the king will have white pieces in their first game.
Won't be left or what?
No, I don't
She
think so.
doesn't care anymore about those things.
So those are the eggs in question.
I love them, actually. Il a dévissé, c'est ça?
So Jean-Michel Repère gives an egg to Hampi Conero. Let's have a look. Is it empty? It's empty.
It looks empty, so she has black for
She has black, yes, in the first game.
Which is better, actually.
Mhm.
Which is much better.
But this is not a 2-game match, it's a 4-game
Yeah, but
match.
it's
so
better because last game, if you need to equalize, you have white.
Then you just lost with black in a very difficult opening duel.
She
You
has
have
to
to
make some
patch it,
work.
yes.
And my advice is to say to her team, my guys, your knight on f5 to allow this, please, not anymore.
So you're
It's
not,
my only advice to her.
so, well,
Especially in rapid chess, if she allows the same line like today, it will be crazy. She has to change something much before.
so the round is over. Let's remind our viewers about the results. Lei Tingi won her match against Maria
So
Muzyczuk.
she is qualified.
She advances to the semi-final, and
Exactly.
Anna Muzyczuk will play a tiebreak against Hampi Conero. It will be quite a match, believe me, to play 4 rapid games and then like an infinite number of blitz games is very difficult. It's physically,
Okay, but
very
first they
enduring,
have
of
to
course.
tie the rapid games.
and the
otherwise-
seconds will not sleep tonight, as you have said. They will have to do their job.
Especially with black pieces on the Petrov. I mean, this line, okay, d take e5, I think she should repeat, but they have to change radically something. Not to go the same and change at move 25. This will not work. And they better listen to me, because I said about Maria, I was right. I think about this, I understand what's going on. They should listen to me.
So thank you so much for watching, and we are waiting for you tomorrow, same time, for the decisive tiebreak of the quarterfinals.
I hope they enjoyed my good form of the day. Salut.